Sue Wadden, the Director of Color Marketing for Sherwin-Williams, and my job is to lead color for our company. Super excited about this product. It's not only our best-in-class product, but it's tied to 200 brand new colors available only in the Emerald Designer Edition. We've got a brand new ultra white base, which allows for the incredible performance with our brightest, cleanest white. So for designers, they'll be astounded by the results. Beautiful surface and finish, great sheens, amazing performance in the right colors, the colors that they're looking for. So once we got research from the field and designers, I looked at the colors that we had in our system, but there were gaps that we really needed to build into this system, and that's what these collections are going to do for us. And then we do the inspiration. So what's going on in color trend forecasting? What are we seeing in architecture and design into the next decade? So we've got warm neutrals, cool neutrals, natural neutrals, chromatics, and blues and greens, which really create a comprehensive program for designers. My favorites are in the blues and greens. There's a color called Succulent that is absolutely beautiful, but I love all of them. It's hard to pick a favorite. Emerald Designer Edition is, simply put, our best-in-class product. I really think that this product and these colors will help designers take their projects to the next level.
Greetings. My name is Dr. Ann Rakan. I'm ASID's Florida South Chapter President, and it's my privilege and pleasure on the behalf of ASID to welcome you, the student interior design community, to our first online Student Career Day. As the Interior Design Program Coordinator and an instructor at Indian River State College in Fort Pierce, Florida, I'm excited and delighted to have you participate and engage in this novel event. Thank you for attending. What is ASID? The American Society of Interior Designers is a professional organization advancing the interior design profession and communicating the impact of design on the human experience. The Society is committed to students and instructors by providing critical professional developmental opportunities, such as this career day, to enhance the knowledge, develop professional skills, and to prepare students for a career in interior design. This year, our Career Day motto is Design Your Future, with a theme from the Miami Art Deco District. Our keynote speaker is Primo Opecha from O&A. He will speak on the importance of graphic design and branding. We have additional presentations with exceptional speakers covering the design field from architecture to interior design, an editor from Architectural Digest, and a video tour of Miami. In conclusion, I would like to thank our industry partners, Media Edge, Jerry Pear, Sherwin-Williams, Jeffrey Michaels, Judith Norman, Stark Carpet, Indian River State College, Miami University of Art and Design, and the members for sponsoring this event. Designing Your Future has been created by ASID and our student representatives, Antonio Rodriguez and Jose Pena from Miami International University of Art and Design for interior design students throughout South Florida and beyond. At this point, I would like to introduce you to Jose Pena and Antonio Rodriguez.
Hello designers, future designers, and all industry partners. Welcome to the 2020 ASID Florida South Chapter Annual Student Career Day Online Edition. Let's have fun with learning, because the choices you make today design your future.
Although we call this event Student Career Day, for over 25 years, this day has been thoughtfully designed for recent graduates, current educators, industry partners, and everyone who supports the interior design profession and society.
The emerging professionals who are contributing now and preparing for tomorrow's world, where design and the built environment is constructed on evidence-based research to improve the quality of the human experience, are consistently raising the bar for design, both commercial and residential.
ASID believes that design impacts lives and collaborates with others to promote the value of interior design.
Believing that interior design improves the human condition, ASID supports research and education that articulates and expands the baseline of knowledge about how interior design impacts human behavior.
41 years ago, the Florida South Chapter had approximately 600 paying members. The first meeting of the Florida South chapter of ASID was held on a Thursday, February 15, 1979, at the Omni Hotel Florida Ballroom on Biscayne Boulevard.
Today, the Florida South chapter proudly boasts having nearly 1,200 paid members and is the second largest ASID chapter of the Society's 46th chapter nationwide.
We also have one of the most diverse memberships of any association in the design industry.
Many of our chapter's members choose to have dual membership, belonging to 2 or more chapters, as our chapter is the gateway into the Caribbean and so many other opportunities in South America.
We thank you for attending today and hope you will learn something new and exciting and would want to find out more about the Florida South chapter. Log on to fls.asid.org.
We invite you to join ASID and remember that design impacts lives. Please think different, design different, and welcome to this annual Student Career Day brought to you by the Florida South Chapter. Enjoy!
Miami Beach is the essence of Miami. There are more than 800 buildings that feature Art Deco architecture, which makes it the largest collection of this type of architecture in the entire world. Brickell is the city's financial center, where glittering business towers and luxury condos tower over Biscayne Bay. It's currently home to Zaha Hadid's final masterpiece, 1000 Museum Miami. Is an outdoor art exhibit at city scale. Known for its many colorful murals, the surrounding streets are home to art galleries, retail stores, eclectic bars, and artisanal eateries. Miami Design District is a creative neighborhood and shopping destination dedicated to innovative fashion, design, architecture, and dining.
Thank you all the attendants, all the sponsors, and to our first speaker, Primo Orpia from Studio O Class A. I am Jose Peña, 2019-2020 Florida South Chapter Student Representative of the American Society of Interior Designers. Hello, Primo, and welcome to our annual Student Career Day.
Thank you, Jose. I'm honored to be your keynote speaker, so thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning. We're very excited to having you here. So I'm going to play a video so our attendees know more about you and your incredible work. So as soon as the video ends, feel free to start your presentation. And if you want to share your screen, you're welcome to do it. So thank you again, Primo.
Thank you so much, Jose.
Primo Pia is the co-founder of Studio O+A, a multidisciplinary San Francisco design firm that had changed the way we think about work and workplace. O+A's groundbreaking designs for Facebook, Microsoft, Yelp, Nike, McDonald's, Slack, and many other companies have demonstrated the power of design to make the work environment a catalyst of creativity and a vehicle for change. As global chair of student experience at IIDA, he works to promote design education and expand opportunities for young people in the profession. A frequent lecturer on design and the future of workplace, Primo speaks at the Schools and Designs Conference globally, empowering the next generation of designers. In 2016, O+A won the Cooper Hewitt Design Award for Interior Design. In 2017, Frame Publishers released a comprehensive retrospective of the firm's work, Studio O+A, 12 True Tales of Workplace Design. Most recently, the American Society of Interior Designers honored Primo with its 2019 Designers of Distinction Award. With a presentation about the connection between graphics and interiors, please welcome Primo Pia, co-founder of Studio O+A.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so honored to be here. Thank you, Jose. Thank you for Antonio. I remember graduating some time ago. So on the eve of your graduation, I'm happy to share some knowledge about O+A and the way we got started. So why don't I just share my screen real quickly and we can begin the presentation. Jose or Antonio, I need to get authorized to share the screen.
There you go. You should be able to share it now.
Got it. Thank you. So in the beginning, it's kind of interesting because O+A, we are going into our 30th year in business. I, like you, I'm an interior design major, was an interior design major and focused on interiors. And it had always been a dream of the practice to be able to have branding and graphics integral to the practice. So while we do many things at O+A, we feel that telling the story of a company is as important as the design of its interior. So we can combine branding and graphics into a really beautiful environment that's curated and highly designed. But it's amazing how much we can do just by adding details such as graphics, and graphics is now turned into 3D elements. So we feel that the brand of a company is really just storytelling. It is talking about what the brand is about. It's talking about what the company's values are. We know that people will align with a company if they feel that there's a connection. So we know that these connections can be made through the interiors. So what we've done is really try to understand and learn about the client so that we can better tell its story through this space. So you're going to see a number of projects going from sports apparel companies to tech companies to fast food companies, and each one of them have an experience and a story that they're trying to convey to the end user, to the occupants. So it's really about the experience. How do we do this? There's many different methods: brand strategy, workplace strategy, building positioning, environmental graphics, name branding, narratives, logo identity, wayfinding, artist collaborations, systems design, publication design, digital design, marketing campaigns. So we always say this in the office: you are your brand. So kind of everything you do, you say, you touch is a part of your brand. So O+A encompasses many different trades. So we have artists, graphic designers, industrial designers, architects, interior designers, writers. We feel this is a very important way to develop our designs and tell our stories. So here's a little sampling of all the many different things that we touch, some of which are obviously interior design, but also we want to be able to create the brochure, create the website, create the wallpaper. We feel that if one point of view or a voice controls that thread, it's a very consistent, compelling story. So environmental graphics can kind of end up to represent itself in many different ways. It's very layered. So obviously signage and wayfinding, 2D graphics, which is more like wallpapers and applique. We can also do textural applications with tiles, wood, so very 3D developed elements, so they express themselves more visually, and then 3D installations. So we are as big on building sort of these more sculptural signage pieces that may be activated through movement or actually feel like reliefs and sculptures or backlit walls. The first project we're going to talk about is the McDonald's headquarters. It's probably one of our more recent projects and a very different project for O+. So we don't typically work out in this territory, which is mainly the Midwest. And it was to tell the story of an iconic brand, the brand being McDonald's. So how do we do that? How do we take a brand that is very well known for food, fast food, and certain types of, stores and restaurants? How do we tell that story? And we wanted to kind of go and look deep into what McDonald's was about. So we had to look into the history. So the history of McDonald's is really about food and the kitchen. But in this particular scene, we're looking at an abstracted, whether M's of the McDonald's, but this wire mesh. And if you look closely at this wire mesh, it's not just for sort of artistic and design purposes. It actually talks about some of the materiality that you might find in a McDonald's kitchen. So we took the fry basket and we abstracted that. And that screen is really the same dimension of the fry basket that you'd find. So we've got the warm woods, we've got the swooping M's, and then this sort of nod to technology. And the main lobby's real message is all good things come from the kitchen. So we wanted to make sure we layer that into the design. As you go into the space, you see a little bit about the history. And we can do very kind of simple pictures and little sayings aligning with the pictures. But how can we better express the brand through graphics? So as you walk up the stairs, you begin seeing this abstracted hamburger bun. So it's basically a hamburger pulled apart. So the sesame seeds, the meat, the bun, sort of the textures that you would find. So it's in this very, I feel like a retro 80s sort of style. So you begin understanding that the brand is sort of come to you in many different ways. We also want to make sure that we've got areas that depict where you're going through. So when you're at Hamburger University, it feels like you're going into kind of a formal setting where you're waiting to go into the rooms. They have a university, they have an area that basically teaches all their managers where they are, and who the McDonald's brand is. So what does that setup look like? We have these beautiful, in the lower left corner, this actually is a salon of frames. There's a graphic on it now, but as it goes through its cycle, it shows pictures of employees, it shows pictures of stores. So it begins to be this talking mural of sorts. On the third floor, we wanted to talk about their farming techniques and sustainability, but how do you do that in a creative way without it just becoming a lecture or picture of a farm? We actually took abstract. We took photos, satellite photos from high above, and we abstracted those onto big reliefs. So we wanted to almost like create sculptures along the wall of the different farms in the different regions in a gallery type setting where you can sit down and sort of observe, and then go to the end where the mural turns into an electronic screen telling you the different regions that they have and how they farm, what the farming techniques are. We also wanted to talk about the Happy Meals. They're the largest producer of toys, and how can we honor this little treat that you get? It's sort of a groundbreaking and very innovative way. Kids enjoyed it, so it was like the little prize at the end of the meal. The different menus along the world. So in the lower right corner, you see actually little boxes that have like a little picture of a hamburger. And maybe this hamburger is made in Australia or India, or it has a contextual side, which layers onto a big map. So that is a globe. It's the Buckminster Fuller globe sort of spread out on a wall. And then you flip it over and it tells you what the ingredients of that hamburger or what that meal is. Upper left corner is about McDonald's product design. They designed a lot of packaging. So the die cut pattern with a backlit sort of kind of describe that process. And then we have these kind of great signs and little work areas that you can change, almost like old menu boards. We also have very kind of a complicated museum type lobbies that can be activated through touch by hand. But then on the opposite side, we have a coin press that will give you a little keepsake. So as you're coming to the university, and let's say you're coming from a foreign country, you can have a little memento of your time at McDonald's. So sort of technology and this sort of analog technology. And then the beautiful graphics. We commissioned Jacob Hashimoto to create a 4-story sculpture, which is like a big like a mobile that hangs down 4 stories. And it's about the scale of McDonald's in the many different regions. So like colors of flags, dots depicting quantity and density, all floating in this lobby. And then we took the old hamburger wrappers in the photo with a blue M, and they were a wheat paste wall. And then we again took the lower left corner is like pictures of spatulas sort of superimposed on a wallpaper. So as you walk through the space, this graphic and this texture again is talking about kitchen equipment. We also wanted to honor all the employees in the space. So we commissioned an artist from Chicago, Jessica Stockholder, and we took kitchen equipment, all these pieces that are patented by McDonald's, and created a very beautiful sculpture. So as you enter the lobby, you begin understanding the amount of patents and the amount of equipment that they've created. And for the employee who walks through, that's a very meaningful time to kind of look at something that they created. So we want to make sure that we kind of convey to the people that are in the space that we know who you are, and we sort of honor you being there. And we put them in this very momentous sculpture in the lobby. We have a beautiful lenticular signage on one of the floors that talks about the values, and as you walk, it'll have a picture of people. So you can't see it from this angle, but you can kind of see the family values and sort of these great sort of goals and philosophies. And then on the other side, it's a beautiful picture. And then the amphitheater, it's really an abstracted, McDonald's is very good at making these little playground pieces in urban neighborhoods. So we wanted to recreate that whole notion of the safe playground, which was also an innovation that McDonald's had. And so this is like a tube that's been cut, and it's actually turned into a seating. You can't see it from the side, but it's a very bright green. The next thing we did was take McDonald's Innovation Center, which is where all the equipment, how they test sort of a layout of a kitchen, and how do we express the innovations. For them, efficiency is a major part of their business. So we wanted to make sure we express this innovation and experimentation in a unique way, and almost take the boxes or the crates that you would get the equipment from, and use that packing material as a material to kind of convey experimental thinking and this innovative idea about them. So we created almost like the wall materiality out of OSB, signage and stripes and graphics that you might see on the side of a container or the side of a crate. And we use that as sort of our backdrop in the main lobby. So as you came in, you go, wow, this is something different. But then you see the yellows, and then you see a little bit of the branding. There's an M obviously there, but I think if you were not to see the M, would you still be able to understand who that brand is? And that is another thing we like to consider. It's like, if we can do that, we know that we've been successful. Here's some close-ups. Signage can be very 3D. It can be very layered. You can see how we've displayed some of the product, from cash registers to bags. A little bit of this very agile work setting, so high postures, real fun colors. You can work in the kitchen, which you will see, which is a very kind of large warehouse full of kitchen equipment, or you can work in the main lobby and in the common area. We also wanted to kind of depict this idea of the mechanics and the engineering and sort of thinking. So we created graphics of some of the equipment and used them as wallpapers. We also did little hits of color back to the brand, and you can kind of see that sort of scattered throughout the floor. This is actually for Nike, and Nike is we've done a lot of work for Nike in their Beaverton campus. This was a location for their graphics and the specialty team in New York. So it has a very New York Manhattan feel, sort of a backdoor entrance vibe to it. So really taking the location into consideration. So it is meant to feel very urban. We wanted to kind of bring some of the great graphics and thinking behind the brand and use it as, again, a wallpaper, as a palette in which we kind of can layer our furniture and our feel into. So you'll see a little bit of basketball hardwood floor. You'll see some great postering. You'll see very much kind of the details that this particular group were working on, and they really specifically worked on basketball shoes. So we've got textures of a basketball. We have chains. We have hard court wood floor in the lower right corner. We also engage with local local artists. So we worked with Sticky Peaches to create this great mural. So it had this very backdoor entrance vibe. So when you came in, you felt like you're coming down a back alley, and that was actually the main lobby entrance. So again, we were trying to enhance this experience. This experience is very important to telling the story of what this group does. And this is actually back in Beaverton, and we got a chance to remodel the Mia Hamm building. Mia Hamm was a historic building done in the 80s or 90s, and we created sort of this new look for it. And this is for the shoe design. This is for the shoe designers. So they basically make running shoes in this area. So how can we talk about the running shoes? We broke it down into, sports running. So at like a running track, we also talked about trail running. We also talked about running in the urban core. So all of these spaces and settings are to depict those in an abstracted way. And again, celebrates what this group actually does. So whether it's the threads and the materiality, whether it's wonderful sayings, whether it's almost like this layered, you can see in this lower right corner of a trail, sort of like screened onto the fronts of these rooms to depict running on a trail. We want to evoke a lot of what this group does in the form of materials, in the form of colors. In the upper right corner, you're seeing a little bit of actually the Nike graphics, which they worked on as well. So we worked with the internal groups to tell the story of this particular group. Jose was in in the first scene that you see Jose talking about Au Placé. It's our newest headquarters for Slack. And this is really powerful thing about design is that it can also tell the story of the founder. The founder was grew up in the Pacific Northwest, enjoyed the trail, and the trail was a metaphor for the way he wanted to run his business. Hiking on a trail is very much about the etiquette and the way you help people along. And maybe the route that is straight is not the best route. So maybe the route that's more serendipitous and more rounded or curved and around things and obstacles is the way he wanted his people to think. So we created the Pacific Crest Trail. Here you're seen at the peak of the trail. So at the very top, so it's this very icy blue. We've got this abstract picture of a mountain range. But as you can see, these are many different floors sort of collaged together. In the upper left corner, it is supposed to mimic being under sort of a running river. And you get that dappled light that kind of shimmers as it breaks through the water. You get the midnight sky and that darkness in the second scene. You get the aurora borealis. So we're recreating that through using 3M product, which is basically this mirrored glass that can create rainbow effects. The signage has a very kind of interesting, I think, almost materiality that you might see on a trail, like a sign on wood. In this one area here, we've got an abstracted sculpture that depresses in the wall that's Lake Tahoe. And then little cave sculptures or little openings in walls that feel very much like they're mountain ranges. We also have feeling of like the forest floor. So under that dappled light of a canopy of trees, you might get this sort of light that feels very sort of shadowy, light and dark, and then the very rich greens, and then under the lights of the stars of the night sky in the lower left corner. So a lot of these are to depict the different regions, and each floor was going from the lower desert floor to the mountain ranges, and as you ascended, each floor had a different look and feel. NetApp is actually an interesting company. They're one of the largest data collectors for interesting companies like NASA, and it's very kind of interesting way that they're basically the backbone and the muscle behind that. So how do you display what this company does? We wanted to kind of use technology, but you also wanted to use in the settings that you might see it. So this is what we call an executive briefing center. It shows the many different ways their applications are applied, whether it's large screens or it's projection or it's on small screens. So here's it's actually essentially a lab that shows you the many different ways you might see your product displayed. And you can kind of see the different types of screens, whether it's small monitor. They do a lot of use of the lunchroom, and sort of like you will break, you will see things, and then you'll go break again. So we have the almost hospitality type feel. So when you move from a presentation, you also have a very nice lounge to retreat to. So it feels very almost hospitality in nature. But then you have this beautiful, in this top second picture, this is actually a black and white chip screen, which actually are black and white little chips that as you move, the sculpture moves and it kind of captures your movement. So this woman walking by, you kind of see how it traces it. We have some really great rooms that in the lower right corner that are all AV, and inside that there's a 360 view screen, but on the outside is this sort of like cylindrical piece. This is inside, so they can see the application. It's almost like being in an airplane, kind of takes you up. It's a very immersive type experience. But this is, again, this is design and this is telling the story. These are the things that you guys are going to be doing. Uber is one of our earlier clients in 2016. We were the first design firm to kind of do their headquarters, and we kind of experiment with different types of materiality, different textures. There's a difference between putting wallpaper and putting a vinyl on the wall versus actually painting wall. You can kind of see the richness of the starburst and how it looks on a concrete wall. It would be very different if you did it in vinyl, not as rich. But you can see we do many different methods. We can do stuff tiled floors with graphics landed on it. We can do wood walls that have a very sort of origami sculptural effect. And then there's the idea of leaving things a little bit undone and leaving the rawness of the building. But you don't want to just depend on that as your design move. You want to kind of talk about furniture and the curation. So a lot of this is a combination of O+A's thinking towards furnishings, towards materiality, and then obviously the graphics and storytelling. Yep, 5.5 was one of our early projects where we really employed, it was very budget, a lot of graphics, a lot of branding in a very 2D way. We had in this building many different floors, and each region was talking and selling Yelp product to different regions. This one was handling Northern Europe. And if you look at this, this is actually like the Netherlands, kind of very Northern Europe. And these are actually abstracted farms that are shot on the wall, and different types of farm with different flowers. They do a lot of, so the colors are representative of types of flowers. So this is actually an abstraction of a map of the Netherlands. We have Asia, a little bit of the Tokyo fish market. So you're kind of seeing hints of Asian detail. And then in the middle, you're seeing hints of maybe Burroughs Market. And then on the right, it's a hint of a little bit of more Middle Eastern. So each one of these are meant to depict a different region. And so we've done it subtly through furniture and graphics. And that's sort of the power that a brand and a 2D element can kind of bring to it when coordinated with a really nice curated space of furniture. So I'm going to talk a little bit about tech campuses, how we might develop them. This is actually a brand called Cisco. We actually rebranded Cisco Systems. For the most part, this would have been just cubicles and sort of this mauve and very dated vibe. So what we did was kind of edit it back and bring it back to the materiality of the building, and then just have some fun with some imagery and some colors. And this was really to kind of speak to the global and sort of the region that the Cisco brand worked in. So we kind of picked that up. So different parts of the world, different regions. So we wanted to kind of create new lobby experiences, new play areas with a very kind of uplifting, vibrant color scheme. And then we also kind of connected it to regions. We also developed interesting workplace guidelines. So when we're talking about, what we can do in terms of helping a company, we're not only designing the branding and graphics, but maybe we're talking about the way they work. Kind of in this day and age during COVID, we're all going to be coming back to work. And how do we do that? So the designer is really kind of tasked with creating these new settings, these new environments, what we call typologies. So here's a kind of a booklet of maybe when we're doing a global launch for a customer, we would develop different patterns and plans for each area that they would be developing. So we do that as well. Logos and branding. Yeah, you will be doing everything. When you are telling the story of a company, they may ask you to almost be like a graphic designer and come up with new logos. If it's a building, they may want you to envision a new story for that building. So it's a lot of what we do as well. So it is very much the writing on the wall. All these things are 2D graphics, but we also know how to apply them to 3D space. Here's some samples of that. So whether it's, again, a screened on logo or sign, or it's an application landing page, or it's business cards or an ad, you may be coming up with that stuff. We also do some really great philanthropic stuff. We, feel that everybody, we get access and we get to design a lot of fun stuff for some of the, most wealthy companies in the world. We felt like our design thinking and process should be shared with the community. So in 2018, and it's currently ongoing, we developed a food for thought truck that goes into neighborhoods, and O+A designers go to those neighborhoods and use this truck as sort of a backdrop for design dialogue. So we bought an old food truck and we cut a hole in it, and that piece that you see in brown sort of turns into a stage. This is actually of a Bakersfield project where they were developing a new sort of community center, and we wanted to help them. So we used O+A as that backdrop. I mean, the food truck as that backdrop. So people would come, and for a week we talked about what could be on the site. What we left them with these beautiful stencils and the location where they're currently working, current planning, build the community center, sort of some residents of what that might look like. Here are some of the stickers and brochures that we created for the Food for Thought truck. It went to 8 different cities in California, ended up in LA, but we wanted to create a whole graphic guideline and a kit that we can give away when we go to the different cities. Here are some things we developed: a little mini golf course, a children's sort of coloring center, built furniture for the community center in Bakersfield, created stickers in LA for the LA River project. So it allowed the community to take advantage of design thinking. So, what you guys are doing is very important. Not everybody has access to it. So what O+A wanted to do was give communities access to O+A thinking. Here's some more pictures of that stencil. Use it as a builder, sort of a workbench for building the furnishings for this little community center in Bakersfield. We do a lot of print design, O+A. We print little newsletters, we send them out. Again, it is one of those things that if you can control it, it better tells your story. So O+A very much believes in telling its story and using its own sort of maker mentality to do it. So whether it's a newspaper, whether it's a magazine, whether it's a flip through brochure, we always design it ourselves. You can see the 12 True Tales book. You can see the new Food for Thought truck book. One Christmas, we decided to make our own deck of cards. So we gave deck of cards as our Christmas gift. And that's it. And that's the power of the graphics portion and branding that you can do as a designer. So I want to thank you guys for letting me share a little bit about O+A. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer it. Thank you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
There we go. All right. Well, thank you so much. I think that was super valuable information for everybody here, all the aspiring interior designers. And yeah, we don't have a lot of time for questions, but I will get some questions in here. Um, it says we have a question from Cynthia. It says, for someone who is interested in working for Studio O plus A, what are you looking for in a portfolio or a work experience? If you're looking for any specific qualities or skill sets.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. We do a lot of internships, and a lot of things that we're looking for is, your hand sketching capability. We obviously want you to know Revit really well. We want you to know the CAD programs and a rendering program really well. But one of the ways you convey your designs is through sketching and being able to, describe them in a real fast manner.
Right.
So we're looking for that. We're looking for communication skills mostly,
Okay.
and just sort of like this eagerness to learn.
Okay. All right. You talked a little bit about employee satisfaction, in the McDonald's headquarters. So how important do you think that is to achieve in a design?
Well, I think it's 100% about what the employee is experiencing. I think one of the reasons we focused on workplace is that workplace some 10 years ago wasn't that interesting, wasn't that compelling.
Right.
So people spend a lot of their life there. In fact, during COVID, we now miss it, but a different work will appear from that. So we feel like it's important. The design can really change your mentality. We know that it is very tough to work long hours. It's very tough to do these things. If we can make it more enjoyable and compelling, people will have a better experience.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's one of the really important things that we have to take ownership of as designers. Is just creating just not an aesthetic place and being able to have people feel comfortable there.
Absolutely.
And lastly, something really important now in the situation we're in. How do you anticipate the change in workplace design will be due to this COVID-19 situation?
Well, it is definitely a moment where we're rethinking our values and what's important. And design will be a big part of how that change takes place. We know now that we can work a little bit at home, but we also know that we miss people. So that combination is going to be a big lift, and it's going to be interior designers that are going to be handling most of that load, because it's the experience and the way those spaces feel and the kind of sort of the thinking behind it is what are going to make them successful. So it's really going to be an exciting time. Some things will remain the same, but some things will be very different. We're in a very different world with a very different attitude towards work.
Do you think us, like as students, should be thinking differently on how we design based on this situation?
Well, I think largely, creating experience, whether it be for a restaurant, whether it be for a school, or whether it be a workplace, interior designers have a very kind of 360 view of a space. They're thinking about the experience. They're thinking about the storytelling. When you get a really good practitioner of that, you can do some great things. So I think for us to raise the level of design, we need to understand all the different methods we have at our disposal, whether it be branding, graphics, specifying of furniture, detailing of all those things. We are a jack of all trades. That's what a designer does, and we orchestrate it. So, be ready to jump into any part of it because it's important.
Okay. And just one last question. How do you tackle the world of sustainability in your designs?
I think sustainability just has to be a natural part of interiors. We create a lot of product. We have the opportunity to specify products that don't harm. We have a responsibility not to over demo, and especially if a space is existing, is to be a little bit more cautious about what we kind of remove, and maybe there's some idea of reuse. A lot of what I did earlier as a designer is that I didn't even get to demo all. I would have to use everything that was in there. So I went from that sort of resourceful side to like, well, now clients want something brand new, and I have to explain to them, well, is that the story you want to be telling? We can kind of use some of this. So I'm very eager to always bring some product or utilize what's existing, because I feel it's important that the story of what was there is also important to the people that are coming in. So being sensitive, and that just needs to be a part of you. You need to think about sustainability, well-being, neurodiversity. All these things are the responsibility of the designer. So you need to understand all of that.
Okay. All right, Primo. Well, I think our time is over. Well, but thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for your time, and really appreciate you being here. Hopefully, we can do this
Thanks,
again
Antonio.
sometime in person.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Be
okay.
well.
All right.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Pam Hiller, and I'm the manager of the Kravet Hollywood showroom. And I want to welcome you to Student Day, the Zoom via Zoom. So with that being said, each showroom had a topic that they were going to talk about. And my topic is creating an account in the showroom. So what we normally do is when someone comes in the showroom and they do not have an account, but they are a designer or architect or an upholsterer, we have them fill out this credit application. And there's also a little questionnaire in here. So you fill out the application with your business information, and we send that up to our office in New York, to the credit department. And then they set you up with an account number, and then they email you that number. It takes about 24 hours. Once you have an account number, then you are able to order. You can order memos. You can place furniture orders. You're ready to go. And on that form, there's a part where you have to, it's called credit terms. So you select whether you want pro forma or net 30. Pro forma is normally probably what you're going to start out with. Pro forma means you pay ahead of time. And on the order, when you place an order, we do take credit cards or checks. We can take your credit card, your customer's credit card, whatever you prefer. And the card is not charged until the item actually ships. So if it's a fabric, let's say that's on back order, we put the credit card in, and then it's not actually ran until the stock comes in, then we run the card. So net 30 terms now are where you get an invoice and then you have 30 days to pay. Now that's something you have to be a little bit established, because we do check references. You have to put down 3 or 4 references with other companies that you are net 30 with, because you get an invoice and then you have 30 days to pay. So that's something you will probably do as you proceed as a designer later. So also when you get this credit application, we have a couple forms in here, like a questionnaire, kind of to determine whether you are a showroom shopper or whether you need to see a sales rep. The questionnaire is better for us to determine how to service you best. So with Kravet, we have of course have this lovely showroom in Hollywood, but we also have 6 reps out there just in the state of Florida, and they all have a territory. So if you have, let's say, an office or even a home office, we can set you up with Kravet fabric books. We now have a carpet catalog. We have furniture catalogs. And so what's nice about if you do have an office or a library, the rep can come and see you, visit you, bring you whatever you need. In the showroom, we're a little more stuck here, so it's hard for us to get out. So it's really to determine whether you're a showroom shopper or whether you're more of what we call like a road customer. But we also have partnerships where you use the road and the showroom. And so you get the best of both worlds. You get the showroom and then you get a sales rep. So it's really, this questionnaire is just to determine, you know, what the best way to serve you. So, so going into books a little bit, Kravet has an extensive fabric book program. We come out with new books twice a year, spring and fall, and it's every book you can imagine. It's from what we have levels. We have a smart level, which is a little more inexpensive, to design, which is medium of the road, to couture, which is high level. So we have drapery books, we have vinyl books, whatever you need. So the books are free of charge as long as you use them. If you're not using them or you feel it's something, you need something else, you just call your rep and they pick it up and then they move it around and give you another book that you would prefer. So, and then memo samples, we have a huge memo room here in Hollywood. Everything you see in our showroom is backed up with 3 samples. So you're pretty safe on knowing that if you come to the showroom and you pick a fabric, we're probably going to have that memo for you. If we do not, we order them out of our South Carolina warehouse, and they take about 2 to 3 days to get the sample. So, and we also have, just to note, we have a showroom in Naples and we have a showroom in Jupiter. So we're able to pull from their memo room too. If we're out of it, we can get it from those showrooms. And within Florida, if we send it UPS, you have it within 1 day. So one other thing I want to go over with, which is a great program that Kravet does, it's called the Kravet Design Grad Program. And what this is for students. And as you're going to school, kind of more in your probably your last year, you can establish an account with Kravet. And in this packet, in this folder, there is a application. It's called a student application. You fill it out. I send it up to New York. You get an account number, why you're a student, and then you can go online and you can order samples. You can print tear sheets. You can go online on Kravet.com and pull up whatever you need for your projects. So it's a great program. And then all you have to do is really just email me. I'll give you my email. It's pam.hiller, Hiller, @Kravet.com. And then what I'll do is I'll send you the app and then fill it out, and then you get an account number. And then you can use that account number as a student, and then when you graduate and become a designer, you're already established with Kravet and ready to go. So it's a great program. So call me if you have any questions or email me. And I think that's all I have for today. So thank you for listening. And you call me or email me. My number is 954. The showroom number is 954-920-4735. And I look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you.
Thank you again to all our attendees, all the sponsors, and to our next speaker, Ronald Alvarez and Monica Santayana from Moniomi Design. I am Jose Peña, 2019-2020 Florida South Chapter, a student representative of the American Society of Interior Designers. Hello, Monica and Ronald. and welcome to our annual Student Career Day. So, okay, you're muted. Perfect.
Hi, everyone.
Perfect. Hello. So I'm going to play a video so our attendees can know more about you and your amazing work. So after the video, please feel free to start your presentation. And if you want, you can share your screen. So thank you again.
Thank you.
For quite some time now, Moniomi has been in the works revamping and transforming the ways we live in with the intent to do it with beauty. That is why it is our purpose to live beautiful. This goes beyond any facade. It is the way something is built, used, and sensed coming together in that cohesive aha moment. It is being immersed in beauty, but seeking it at the same time and carrying it whilst doing it. Whether it be designing a space, creating an art piece, assembling an attire, or planning an event, it has always been a passion of theirs to enthrall themselves amongst the most creative environments, absorbing it all up and then passing that on to those around them. Please welcome Moniomi Design.
Hi, guys.
Hi, everyone.
Thanks for having us. It's a pleasure to be here with you in this very important day for you. We hope to share some lessons that you can carry through and help you continue your career as an interior designer.
Absolutely. So we're going to give you a little insight today. Our topics of conversation today are going to touch a little more on the business side of interior design. I think as students, you're always focused on the creative aspect, which is extremely important, and your talent. But I think it's also crucial to understand how you have to now take your talent and build your professional aspect of what it is to be interior design and an interior designer, whether you're working on your own or whether you're working for a firm or a studio. It's very important to start creating your identity. How is it that you're being perceived? So we're going to touch a little bit on that, and of course we'll take questions at the end.
Hold on. All right, we hope you can all see our screen so you know we're Moniomi. What we're talking about today is building your digital presence and branding. So thanks for the beautiful introduction earlier. Just to add to that, Moniomi was conceived a little bit over 10 years ago by Monica, my wife, and I. We have been doing this together for a very long time. We're both alumni to Florida International University, and our background is actually architecture. Our offices are based in Little River. We run a boutique studio of approximately 13 employees. And our focus is interior design. I say that because we are designers and we really venture in all facets of design. But what we really primarily do is interiors.
And we've had the ability to take our interior design and develop our business with custom design furniture, custom furnishing, custom rugs. So we've really been able to expand that a little bit as we've developed our studio.
Correct. So I think as interior designers, this is something that we probably struggle with a little bit, and that's finding your identity. and the importance of having an identity. It could take a long time to discover that. Some people kind of have it with them from the beginning. Some people really grow into developing an identity.
Yeah, and I think it's something that it does take, it's an evolution. It's your growth. So you may have a certain aesthetic now. As you continue to gain professional experience, you'll grow and you will kind of form your own identity. But from the onset, we think it's really important for you to kind of start to think of that, not just, really think of who you are, what is your design aesthetic, and start kind of curating that early on as you're building either your social, any social media, any kind of presentation, to start, just have that in mind.
Right. And as you build your identity, I think there's very simple questions that you kind of want to ask yourself, right? So who are you? What do you want to be? What's your style? How's your personality, going to be perceived? What is the clientele that you're after?
Right.
Who do you want to attract?
Right. All of this is extremely important. That's something that we actually continue to grow and learn as we have our, whether it's our IG page, our Facebook, or anything that you have, any platform, any social media platform. You want to make sure that you're perceived the way that you want to be, and because that will continue to attract the work that you want to continue to attract. It's very important it's a reflection of your design and your aesthetic and your insight. So whether, again, if you're a firm, if you have your own studio, you will all either get to that, or you're a wonderful contribution to a studio or a firm, you have to just have, make sure that you're sensitive to what is it that you want to attract. Again, something like, do you want to be seen as playful? Is your work colorful? Is it something that you want to show yourself in the middle of your projects, hammering a wall out? Or do you want to be a little more formal? Is it something that you want more of a finished project photos? That's all in line with how is it that you want your brand, your design, and your personality to be perceived. And we'll show you a few examples of kind of more.
What's very important, I think, to keep in mind is that, and I'm sure many of you guys know this in today's culture, is whatever you put out there will remain out there for everyone to see. So even when you think you may not entirely have an identity, you have an identity. People have already identified that. So what's very important for you to do is to kind of gain a hold of that identity and really understand who you are and understand what your product is and what you bring to this very broad market, that is interior design. I think all of our goals are obviously to have recognition, to be able to see a picture and know exactly who that was designed by, right? So we all want to be a Kelly Wersler, right? No space that she designs you could ever be confused with anyone else's, right?
Yeah, she's, you could, you automatically, and I think to talk a little bit about her personality and her vibe, her vibe is something, I think it's a little more eclectic, it's artistic, it's thoughtful, it is high end. So that was definitely something she pinpointed. Of course, you go back and we follow her for a long time. She's also grown and developed, and it's also very clear in the way she carries herself, the way she dresses. So that, I think, is a continued aspect of her brand. It's also the fashion, and then of course she has product. She has home accessories, furnishings, wallpapers, fabrics. So that definitely, you can see how it all ties in her, for her vibe and her style and her design insight.
It was definitely a persona. Talking about that, there's others like, Jonathan Adler is another great example of a space that could be very easily recognized by anyone and know that it is Jonathan Adler.
Right.
And if you kind of carry the examples that we just made with Kelly Wersler, it's similar, right? So his spaces are very much him. He invokes, playfulness, color.
Retro.
His character does the same.
Right.
His style of not only design, but also his furniture and he as a person.
Right. And these two examples, I think, are really good examples of people that have also put their face out there. Where, of course, we're using more well-known, I'm going to say famous interior designers. We are not all lucky to start there, but I think what's important is that they put themselves out there, and that's what I think you all need to consider. Do you want your face to be out there? Or is it more about your work? Is it more about your design insight? Is it more about inspiration? Just think about that. Again, even if it's your personal, right now you guys may not be working at a studio, you have your own personal IG. Just think about what is it that you're projecting into the world when you go and have when you have an interview with a studio or a firm. Most likely they are going to check your Instagram. We sure do. When anybody comes and wants to work for us, we want to know a little more about them. They're an insight into their life. So that's kind of what you have to think, is all those social media platforms. It's a little insight into your personal taste. And, that's something that's very important.
Yeah, and as you grow, you'll have the chance to evolve and really evolve your brand. So we are, I think, in that process of evolving into having recognition to our brand and who we are. And we're very lucky to be in this place, but it's taken some time, but it's developed, right? There's a style that's very much, ours,
right.
in a platform that we kind of developed.
But that also took a lot of time. So I think it's very important for everyone to remember to be patient with yourselves. You do have to start somewhere. And we both did, I started at an architecture firm, always doing personal projects. And I think, it's not the stress of finding your identity right away. We're just making sure that you're sensitive to searching for it and kind of considering it. But we 100% did not know what our identity was when we started, but we knew what we liked and what we gravitated towards. And eventually we were able to identify that a little better than, what we had been able to. The other things is make sure that you're creative in any project and anything that you're given. And that's where you're really going to start finding what is your personal style. And those moments where we've been able to do these shows, for instance, what you see on the screen is Casa Core, it's an expo. Here, you'll learn clients are pretty much the one that demand and kind of direct and drive the design. So maybe put yourself in instances where you're really the director of the design challenge. That'll give you guys the ability to do something completely creative that's personal. So you'll have those experiences throughout your professional.
Correct. And again, talking about growth, right? There is how we want to be seen. Right, so we want to be seen a certain way, and we just kind of talked about that, right? This is the image that we're portraying. This is what we want to be seen. But there's also what people actually see, right? So people go online and they look for you, and they'll find all this stuff, right? And it may not necessarily be that image that you have been working on creating. So that's why it's important. It's important to be patient, and it's also very important to recognize that there must be some level of a grand scheme, a grand plan, or what you want to be in the future, in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and kind of, stick to that, or just know that anything that's out there will always be seen. So it needs to be a reflection of who you are.
Right, and that's just to touch on, again, this simple example of when you search Moniomi Design. Once people start posting your work, or if you have your work up on various platforms, that is what's going to surface. So that's why we say start early, get your work out early, or even your just simply your Instagram account, because the world of technology, when it's out there, it's very hard to control. So that's why our whole, I guess, intention is to make sure that it's clear that you guys take a hold of what is perceived out there.
Right. Know that there's also a certain level of you don't really have control over everything that's put out there that carries your name. So there has to be some leeway in knowing that. And there's, I think there's some mutual understanding between you, the person, and then the people finding you online. But, always kind of keep that in mind. I know that you have to do your best to make sure that you're getting a hold of your presence, of your digital presence.
Mm-hmm. And so,
and then to Monica's point is your IG. Instagram or really any social media. I think for interior designers, Instagram is probably your biggest platform to really portray your image as a designer. And you should always be considerate of, what is it that you want people to see? And to Monica's point, I think people are a little bit looking for more than what you think when they're scrolling through your Instagram, they're scrolling through your social media or your website. And it's become a norm for designers such as us, for example, to invite potential clients or people that are interested in our business to simply visit our Instagram page and create their own conclusion on our abilities and what our design style is.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, we want everyone to know how we want them to know socially on social media, want them to understand us there first before they come and hire us, because that does give a lot of insight. It's a lot that we don't have to explain and we don't have to prove and we don't have to, so it really speaks loudly. So again, touching on Kelly Wursler, I think something that's really unique about her, and which is why personally I'm very engaged with her Instagram and her life, is that it's not just her projects. Here we see a little bit of her personal life. We see her fashion. We see her inspiration. We see what her eye is gravitated towards. And that's what I love about this. So that's why when we're telling you, think about how it is that you want to be perceived. It's, is it more just your final photos, your projects? Is it your inspiration? Is it you grabbing fabrics, or all of the above? How it is it that you want to be thought of when someone sees your social media. So that's for instance, yeah. So if you want to play, well, yeah.
So I mean, we're talking, right, and we're like, well, how do I define my digital presence? Like, what do I have to do? It's a very loaded question, and I think to touch on some of the topics that we've talked about before. I think the conclusion is that it's not a one-time thing. This is not something that you're going to sit down, on a Monday and figure out. It's an evolution. It's something that you have to know that you have to constantly work on. It is, pretty much a full-time job. But just learn to engage in digital, learn to create communities or be part of communities that would help develop that digital presence that you want to be a part of, right? So the groups that you're part of, such as the ASID, for example, just carrying that thoughtful mindfulness on what your digital presence means, and make sure that you're you're going through that, right? So start by things that you do have control of is tightening up your brand, right? So what is your brand, and how can you make sure that it's clear and not all over the place? That's something that really only you can figure out. But there are very, very simple steps to tighten up your brand. When you start doing this on your own, or wherever it is that you go, having some clarity on your brand, on your logo, on making sure that your branding is cohesive throughout, from your print branding to your digital branding. So your business cards communicate to your website, to your
signature,
to your letterhead, to your LinkedIn and your Facebook and your Instagram and your house account. And there's so much out there. And I think having that consistency is your number one step, because that is something that you have control over.
And I think a lot of you guys may think, well, I don't have the studio right now. I'm not working on my own. It's not about that. It's actually about your personal presence, meaning it doesn't matter that you have, it's not that you're running your own business. It's just your personal aesthetic. I think, again, anytime we interview a designer, we like to see that. We like to see that that's important to them, because as a designer, it should be important to you. Everything that is design related, whether it's the font that you chose, whether it's how the logo is placed, that 100% should be important, because we are designers. And although we focus on interior design, all design aspects should be important to us. And that is 100% going to define you and differentiate you between other designers. So make sure that that is important in all of your, in anything that you present, especially to a future employer.
Right. And as you grow, consider digital marketing. That's another way that you can take a hold of your own digital presence, is by creating your own campaigns, creating your own SEO searches, bringing up to the top of the Google searches the things that you want people to see and know about you, not whatever Google decides to, to put up front. So that's another way that you guys can also take control of your name and your branding online. So what we leave you here today is that the conversation is broad, but it's definitely very clear. Is take control of who you are digitally, so that you could, forever be proud of the image that you're presenting of yourself online.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Let's see. There we go. You hear me?
Yes,
we hear you.
We hear
All
you.
right, sweet. All right, well, thank you guys so much. Thank you for such a valuable insights on how to building a digital presence. I think everybody here definitely appreciated that. And we do have a couple questions from some of the people attending today. One of them is, how did working together and coming up with your style come about? So was it like a bigger struggle trying to compromise two people, or was it something that you found rather easy?
So that's always a good question we get, because our partnership is also a marriage. We did meet in school, so we have been able to develop our aesthetic almost together, which has been really great and really amazing. And I have to say, we do have a similar taste, similar design taste, which is also very helpful. But of course, we've developed together, we've learned from each other, and no, it was definitely, it wasn't something that was obvious, right? I think the way that we explored our design aesthetic was we had those opportunities to start creating either custom furniture designs for clients, playing around with just, internally just kind of coming up with ideas of, oh, what if we did a custom, rug, or if we designed our own wallpaper. And I think that's when you give those kind of little mini charrettes to yourselves, I think that's when you start to be able to explore, what is it that I love to do if no one's asking me to do something, right? So if I have no requests, I have no clients, saying I want so-and-so, what is it and that's the hardest. I think when you're given nothing, no guidelines, what is it that you're drawn to? What is it that you love, and what is it that you want to create? And I think that's very important for everyone to do on their own time, just start sketching and think of and think of that. I think that's very important to start evolving your design.
But I think as a partnership, I think it's important to be honest, to be open, and it's really, despite us being a couple on any partnership, you need to be able to explain yourself clearly and be receptive of someone else's opinion, someone else's ideas, and then hopefully there will be a connection, and you'll find, and I think the more connected you are, the more you start to really think alike and be able to develop much better as a duo than as two separate individuals.
Yeah, and I think what's really interesting about that, sometimes perhaps Rana will suggest an idea. I might not be 100% sold on it, but one, I have trust that he has the vision. So trust is also key. And two, I'm going to kind of learn about, okay, so if this wasn't a comfortable idea, what can I make out of it? Because remember, I think sometimes making something out of an uncomfortable idea or something that's not extremely easy for you creates a more beautiful product. So challenge yourselves too with seeing other possibilities in that design solution. And I think,
Yeah, and would you say, like the structure of your personal lives kind of predicates the structure of your business, or are you able to, separate those two things?
Kind of. I mean, we've been together for a long time. We've been together for 15 years. So we've been doing this for quite a bit. So in our case, I think, it's all one. We work 24/7, and our life is our business. So there's not a lot of separation. But I don't necessarily, I think it works really well for us. We're very happy with that. But that doesn't mean that I think this is the only way of doing it. or that it is the right way of doing it, but it just happens to work for us.
Right. I also think, those lines get blurred, as designers, we might be working, but to some extent we love what we're doing, so it doesn't feel like work. So if we're home, we're starting to think, like, oh my gosh, our dining room, we need to change our dining room. How can we change it? And we're working essentially, but it's also our home, and it's exciting and it's fun, and we're collaborating. And that's another moment where we can really be like, okay, this is our house. What can we do that we wouldn't be allowed to do, or that we can really push a boundary that a client wouldn't be comfortable letting us push. So it kind of, the lines get a little blurry, but we truly love what we do. So it's okay in that sense to, kind of have it overlap at certain points. It's definitely not a defined, personal life and work life at all.
Right.
Definitely.
As a creative, your mind doesn't stop, creating,
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So we have something else here that says, does it look bad if a person doesn't have social media presence except for a LinkedIn or personal website? Do you encourage students to get an Instagram? Would you say it's something essential?
Yes.
100%. We actually talked about that. A lot of people are like, oh, I don't care about Instagram. I don't care about social media. It's not my thing. Unfortunately, when you're in a visual profession, it's not like you're a writer but you're in a visual profession. People want to see what you're drawn to.
Right.
So you are judged on your style, on your taste, alongside your technical, abilities and your professionalism. But of course, this is a very heavy visual profession.
But more than that, it's also good to be connected. I mean, we have gotten many great opportunities from having digital presence. Like many of the online consoles that we're part of is to our presence online, and people being able to see very quickly by just scrolling down a page or seeing posts, etc. Who we are and what we're capable of doing. So if we didn't have that, we would have missed out on a lot. I don't know that we could be here today if we didn't have a social media presence.
I mean, we're like on the cusp of technology we're still there, but it's still kind of a little tricky for us. Or at least I'll speak for myself. But it's extremely important. I've noticed that, especially with having a business, people want to see your connection to community too, and your voice. You essentially have a voice. And that's again how you want to define your personality. If you want to have a voice, and stand up for something, once or you just want it to be about design, I think that's also something you want to think about. But we've always said is if you don't take hold of your social media, someone else will. So meaning if as you continue to grow professionally, if you just start putting work out there, people are going to either tag you or, hashtag the photo, and your presence will be built with or without you. So it's better that you take hold of it and you make sure that you're in control,
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I think we got time for a few more. So somebody asks, for someone brand new looking to work in the industry and getting the experience, what advice could you give?
General advice is the start is tough. You work and you take what you can. Every opportunity is an opportunity to better yourself and to create this quote unquote portfolio. So don't be shy. Don't hold yourself back. So if anyone is willing to give you the opportunity, take that opportunity with every single ounce of energy that you can, and shoot to exceed expectations. Shoot to work harder than you thought you needed to work.
Yeah, those sleepless nights don't stop at school, by the way.
Yeah,
they continue throughout your profession. And I think to Ronald's point, don't be a diva when you start. You can maybe if you want to be a diva later on, but when you start, every experience is so important, whether it's a project that you think you want to do or a project that you really hate, take it on, because every experience is going to teach you something. And I think that's what was most important to us, is every single thing that we did, we took on, whether we wanted to or not, taught us a very valuable lesson. And I think growing professionally is gaining a lot of lessons. Is going through all of
something to always remember. And I think I feel like everyone knows this, but sometimes we forget, is that the world is very small and any connection can lead to a lot of work. And as an interior designer, all of your work at the beginning and a lot of your work throughout your career is going to come from word of mouth. It's going to come from people that recognize your talent and refer you to someone else.
Yeah.
So it's extremely important to understand that and know that, you know, good words travel fast, but a bad word travels even faster.
Yeah.
So you want to always put your best.
Yeah, and this is number one for us, and it's a lesson we've learned, is any difficult challenge you have with a client or an employer, just work it out. Don't burn the bridge. Make sure that you solve it, get to a final product, deliver. Don't just quit and say, this is too much for me. This is just get to the end point so that you look good, your client has positive things to say, and that's how you finish every relationship.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, sweet, guys. No, thank you so much. I think we just ran out of time, but yeah, we really appreciate you guys being here and taking part on this event. I'm sure everybody here took some valuable insight from you. So, yeah. Okay, guys. Well, take care.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Thank you.
Good luck,
Bye, guys.
everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Our next speaker from Jerry Pear, we have Jill Sauer talking about customizing furniture and its benefits.
Hi, welcome to the Jerry Pear Showroom in Hollywood, Florida. I'm Jill Sauer, the showroom manager, and I'm happy to be with you today, even though it's virtual. I'm going to give you a tour of our showroom while I'm talking to you about custom furniture. Just to tell you a little bit about us, we are a 50-year-old company celebrating our 50th anniversary this year, and we are a multi-line showroom. We represent over 40 different manufacturers of furniture, lighting, and fabrics. So I'm going to show you some examples today of different customization you can do with furniture and lighting. Not every showroom in our industry offers customization, so it's important as you start working in your career and developing a relationship with showrooms that you ask what their capabilities are. Those showrooms that do offer customization can help guide you towards scale and proper customization and the extent to which companies can customize, whether it's just sizes or finishes or developing something completely from scratch that maybe you designed yourself on paper and you just need someone to make it for you. Those are all capabilities that our manufacturers do offer. One example I'm going to start with this morning is this beautiful armoire. This is from a company called Ironies. It is a wood cabinet. The door fronts are covered in parchment, and then on top of the parchment are individually hand-cut pieces of cattle bone to create this beautiful design on the front of the cabinet. And one example of customization that we offer is we had a designer that loved the concept of this piece, loved the bone material and the pattern, but really needed a nightstand. So I have a picture here to show you an example where we took this cabinet and customized it into a nightstand. The designer was able to advise the exact size they wanted and the fact that they wanted 2 drawers at the top and doors on the bottom. So that's one example. You could also change the finish of the wood. That same piece could also be modified into a long buffet if you want. Next, I'm going to show you an example of custom upholstery. This sofa with the chaise at one end can be modified to be made as a simple straight sofa without the chaise. It could be made as a giant U-shaped 3-sided sectional. And here is a picture of it done as a 2-sided sectional. This particular piece was made by the designer specifying exactly the dimensions they needed to fit into the room. Speaking of which, make sure that when you're customizing something, especially if you're making it rather large, obviously you're designing it to the size that's going to fit in your client's room, but make sure that you can also get it into the house. We have had situations where a designer forgot to measure the front doors, or perhaps forgot that it needed to go down a hallway, around a corner, up some stairs, and the piece wouldn't fit into the house. So please make sure you remember to take those things into account as well. Pieces like coffee tables and desks, those are very easy to modify, very simple to change any design, any size. For example, this desk could very easily be seen as a console. Make it a few inches taller, a few inches less deep, change the wood finish. This is wrapped in leather, but maybe you want solid wood instead of leather. Those are all modifications that are very easy to do. Dining tables. Every situation calls for a different size dining table, so dining tables are also customizable. With or without leaves. If you see a round dining table and you need a oval or rectangular dining table 12 feet long, this could be modified into a rectangular table with 2 bases to support that size of the top, in addition to changing the finish. And when it comes to changing finishes, it's not just about changing the color, you can also change the wood. That particular table was made of oak, but it could be made of walnut or rosewood or mahogany. In the corner here we have a beautiful 5-tier gold leaf chandelier. This particular chandelier right now is about 5.5 feet long by 4 feet in diameter, and we're actually customizing it right now for a designer who's putting it in a 20-foot ceilinged foyer, and we're going to be making it about 7.5 feet long by 5 feet in diameter. When you are customizing any piece of furniture, it's also very important to keep in mind the scale of the piece. If you are making something, especially a chandelier, if you are making it larger in diameter, you also want to take into account perhaps changing the height to keep the scale of the piece in proportion. Otherwise, you might end up with a really tall, skinny-looking chandelier. Or likewise, if you're making it taller but not changing the diameter, you might end up with something that just looks too elongated, or if you're making it wider but not taller, it could look squatty. So keep in mind the scale and proportion as you change the size of something. Even very minor modifications can be done. If you have a dining chair that's too narrow, we can make it an inch or 2 wider. If it needs to be higher, or the seat height needs to be higher, if you have a tall client, that can also be modified. This particular dining table has these beautiful corrugated, hand-hammered, forged iron legs, but they do come all the way out to the edge of the table. So this would dictate how many chairs and where the chairs could be placed around the table. A customer wanted to be able to easily sit 8 chairs around the table without having the legs in the way, so we were able to modify it for them by making it into a square and recessing the base into more of a pedestal style, therefore allowing more chairs. As we're going through the showroom, you'll notice that we have a wide range of design aesthetics, from very contemporary to more transitional pieces, and then more traditional pieces. And that is one of the benefits of being a multi-line showroom, that you can offer a wide variety of aesthetics for the designer. We want to be that one-stop shop and have something for any type of project. This crystal chandelier has been modified. Believe it or not, this is the small version. It has been made larger. We made it 8 feet in diameter by 11 feet high for a customer that needed it extra large for a very large home in the foyer. And when the chandelier arrived, it did not fit through the front doors. Another example that as a designer you need to make sure that the piece is going to be able to get into the home. In that case, the doors had to be removed as well as the side windows. Beds can also be modified. For example, if you need a custom height on the headboard, it's very easy to make that higher. Sometimes people don't want the 4 posts and just want a straight headboard with the bed frame. That's also available. And when we talk about custom finishes, many of our companies, as I've said, can do custom finishes. I just want to show you an example. This is a custom painted finish made to look very aged and antiqued, like an old piece. And it's done that way on purpose. You'll see that it has a lot of distressing. There's a lot of sanding and multiple layers in the finish, again, made to look like an aged piece. But if somebody came in and said, well, I want this to look brand new, I want a high polished top, and I want a all wood finished base, high lacquer to look like a brand new piece, that certainly can be done. And as you develop a relationship with the showroom, because we can do this customization for you, don't be afraid of customization. If it's something that your project needs, we're here to help you with that, and our manufacturers will provide you with a drawing for approval, so it takes the guesswork and imagination out of it, because you can actually see what you're going to get. You won't be stuck with something that didn't quite look like you thought it would. They also offer finished samples for approval, so you will actually see the custom finish before it and shows up at the client's house. I want to say that I wish we could be hosting you in person today, and hopefully next year we would be able to do so. But please know we welcome students to the showroom. I would love for you to stop by. I'd be happy to give you a live tour, answer any further questions you may have. We are here for you. You are the future of our industry, so we're happy to support students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all the attendees again and all our sponsors, and to our next speaker, Brianna Wynn from Condé Nast. I'm Jose Peña, 2019-2020 Florida South Chapter student representative of the American Society of Interior Designers. Hello, Brianna, and welcome to our annual Student Career Day.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm so glad to have you here today. So I'm going to play a video so our attendees kind of know you and know your amazing work and all your trajectory. So as soon as the video ends, feel free to start your presentation. And if you want to share your screen, you also can do that.
Sounds good.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Brianna.
Brianna Gwynn is a former finalist and winner of the ASID Student Portfolio Competition. She has always been a passionate advocate for design and is eager to contribute that same passion and enthusiasm into every aspect of her life. She began her career path as a junior designer at iCrave, an interior design firm whose emphasis is on storytelling through the medium of interior design. In her current role as an experiential designer at CNX, a Condé Nast division, her focus has broadened to encompass a wider role of design aspects and responsibilities. She aims to expand upon her spatial storytelling abilities and use them to connect to a broader audience, using methods of interior design, graphic design, architecture, experiential design, and branding. In doing so, her goal is to create moments and experiences that are beautiful, inclusive, personable, and inspirational. With a presentation about expectations after graduation from Condé Nast, please welcome Brianna Gwynn.
Hello. I'm so excited to be here. Thank y'all so much for having me. Let me pull up my screen. Can y'all see that? Yes?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. And let me know if it stops sharing at any point in time.
All right.
Okay, so like that great introduction, thank you so much for that. I'm Brianna Gwynn. I'm a current experiential designer at Condé Nast. I used to be an interior designer at iCrave. And so let's just jump right into the presentation. So I was asked to talk about like what are expectations after you graduate. Like you've graduated, now what? What are you gonna do? What can you do to help achieve your dream career? So we are going to jump right into what we're gonna talk about today. First, I'm going to give you some important tips before you graduate, then what kind of jobs that are out you can get out there after you graduate, how to leverage your skill set to get a job that you'll love, and some tips to succeed in the workplace. And then finally, we'll end with a Q&A. So the first thing are important tips before you graduate. So one thing that I think is really important that I always wish that I knew more of was just like, what do I do before I even get to that point? Like after, graduation, they say, oh, make sure you get a job, blah, blah. But like, what do I do before that? Like, what do I need to do to have those stepping stones to get in place? So I have like a few tips that I have like learned over the years that I've been given, that I've just learned just, through experience. And one of the biggest things are to attend conferences like this and network with other students outside of your school. One thing that I learned being at Auburn University was, we were in this little bubble. And yes, we like had a really great program, but just getting to see what was actually out there and what other students were also doing in different schools was great for me to see, because I was like, okay, we're on a good level, or should I step my game up? It really gives you a good chance to learn from other students outside of like your school and from around the country. And another good thing is that it helps you see who you're competing with, and also like what you need to be expecting and who you're gonna like be, going up against when you submit your portfolio to different companies. So another thing too is to make sure that your portfolio speaks to who you truly are as a person. You don't know how many times I get given portfolios where I meet the person and they're vibrant and they're exuberant and they're really exciting, and their portfolio is nothing like them. I'm like, this is not you. Like, who is this like, who does it belong to? And so make sure that when you're doing your portfolios and your resume, that you are catering it to who you are as a person, because I promise you, companies want to see you, not who you think they want to see. And just make sure that you will be at a place that appreciates who you are and what you bring to the table as a designer. So another tip is know what kind of jobs are offered out there. We're going to talk a little bit later about like what are some of the positions that are like non-traditional, but just know like what's being offered. And then like if you want to know that, make sure you find internships that can help like, bolster that and figure out what you like. Like for instance, I know that I did not want to do residential at all, but I made sure to do an internship in it just to be sure. I was right, didn't like it, but it was good to know because I had that experience and I had like that, under my belt, because I knew, okay, here's what goes into it. It's a great field, but it's not for me. And then I did a hospitality internship and I loved it. And so even if you aren't able to do every single branch, which is it's not going to be possible, just try to get those two major ones under your belt so you know, okay, this is what goes into it. These are the mechanisms. These are the inner workings of it. And it just makes sense. And then also, I like to say, if you can't get one internship per, sector you're interested in, try to get at least one internship under your belt before you graduate, just because I know a lot of people, or a few people in my grade before you graduated, who didn't have any internships. And for Auburn, you had to have like one before you graduated. So it made it more difficult in the long run to get one, because like companies didn't want to like train you, or they didn't feel like going through all the process, at least not right away. So if you've had one in college, they see that you kind of come in knowing these programs, knowing how the actual corporate world works, knowing how like the office works, and just how to like conduct yourself in a manner when you're working in an office place. And jobs are going to appreciate that you already kind of have those qualifications, that they don't have to like train you as extensively as they would someone who's like fresh out of college and have no experience. And so if you are only able to do one internship, try to make sure that it's in a field that like you actually, or the firm that you actually want to go to. Like if you really know you want to do like hospitality, don't go work at like a place that only does workplace. Or if you want, you want residential, don't go to like, something that only does corporate offices. Just make sure that if you only get to do that one, that is one that's going to benefit you in the long term. And that's just really important to do your research about it. And I would say, like I said, the biggest piece of advice is to just be sure you have an internship or a job lined up before you graduate. I was like lucky because I got my internship through the competition, but I know a lot of other students in Auburn, they were so happy that Auburn made us get an internship, like have a job lined up before we graduated, because it makes it that much easier and that less like stressful, and take a lot of pressure off of you, because you already kind of have this one big thing out of the way. And if you take those building blocks that I mentioned earlier, and just kind of start figuring out like how I'm going to get these internships and get those like, as a, just get it under your belt, then it'll take a lot of the pressure off of you later down the line. And also make sure that you get a job that you really want, and not one that you felt you had to take because you had no other options, or you were trying to get a job so you weren't like, unemployed. So I think that's really important, is to know what kind of jobs are out there. because the field of design is changing constantly. And now with COVID, it's probably going to change more because we're going to see these new massive like digital experiences and like, you know, this new change in what physical experiences in like design even mean, what they are, how you design them, like what new codes may even come into place because of this. So I think that with that, it's good to know that the jobs are constantly changing too, and what those positions, like those different positions are. And so it's important to like research what kind of jobs exist and what's out there. And not only that, but what interests you. And so another thing that's important too is to research what companies are out there and which ones, like, you know, making these bold moves that you want to be a part of. Are you seeing a firm that's like, you know, doing amazing restaurant work? You're like, yes, I want to be a part of that. Or if you're seeing a firm that's like doing really innovative work with set design, or with even, I've seen some firms doing like fashion design now. Does that interest you? Because as an interior designer, you can do that. I think it's just important to research and know like what jobs are available to you as a designer. And it's not always just, you know, like traditional interior design firm. So just make sure that like what firm you go to, that their projects, values, and company culture aligns with who you are as a person as well. Because that's another thing too, like I mentioned before, you know, with your portfolio, make sure that when you're going to this firm that is actually something that you're going to enjoy. I know you can always be, you know, picky, especially now, like, you know, the pandemic, maybe more difficult than it used to be, but I think it's still important to advocate for yourself if it's something that you love. So a few of the jobs, these not all of them, this is not an exhaustive list, but just a few that I've been seeing popping up. You know, of course you have interior designer, that's the traditional, like run of the mill. Then you have experience designer, which is what I am. It encompasses graphic design, interior design, marketing, branding, like things that you wouldn't even think about. Creative director, art director, scenic or a set designer for movies, film, and theater. Event designers, like doing events and like planning, like, you know, like I said, not just parties, but fashion shows and like balls and just crazy things you couldn't even think of. Project managers even. So even if you don't even go into the design part of it, you can go into the management part of it because you know what goes all into a project. So you know the concept phase and the schematic phase, and it makes it that much easier when someone who is a designer is on that part of the project because they know what all goes into it. And of course, professor or educator, like, you know, if you've been in the field, but you kind of want to come back and teach like up and coming, like rising designers, then I think that's a really noble field to go into as well. And so some of the companies that I'm seeing popping up, of course, your traditional interior design firm, but then you also have architecture firms, creative agencies, which is what I'm a part of. And you're seeing a lot more of these pop up, being these all-encompassing companies where they're not just doing one type of design, they're doing interiors, branding, marketing, graphics, like anything you can think of that's design related, they are doing it or approaching, like getting to the part, like process of doing it. And then you have experienced design firms and production companies. So what do you want to know? Like, make sure you know what you want to get out of a job as well before applying to it. So make sure that you have clear boundaries for what you want out of a job and like what you want out of your life. You know, like company size. Do you want it to be large, small, medium? Do you want like hospitality projects, hotels, restaurants, nightclubs? Do you want to do healthcare? Just make sure you like know what those are and you stick to those boundaries and don't sway. If you know you want to do that sector, go into that sector, because you're gonna like be miserable if you go and do something that you don't like, oh, I don't want to do hotels, and then you end up getting stuck there because you just didn't do your research. And now, you know, you have to like make sure that you have to kind of find a way out of it, basically. So make sure that when you're like getting into that, you research that, the location of the job, work-life balance, because that's one thing that's important to ask in the interview. Because a company that doesn't have a great work-life balance, they're going to dance around that question. So make sure you ask that, because that's really important. It's a thing that I found was important to me. That I love my job, but I want to have a life outside of it. So just make sure that you know your boundaries and what you want to set for yourself. And also, again, don't be afraid to leave a company or not accept the offer after internship if it's not aligning what you need or it's no longer serving you professionally. If you're in a job and you're like, I really love the people here, no hard feelings, but I really want to branch out and do X, Y, Z. Don't feel that you have to like be loyal to that company. That's one thing that I kind of love about our generation, is that, yes, of course, it's great if a company is serving you, stay there and like have longevity. But if you are not like feeling it, or if you aren't being your best self as a professional, it's okay for you to go find somewhere else. And because it's up to you to define your career path, because I will tell you, if you don't do it, somebody will do it for you. So be sure to set your boundaries for yourself and what you want out of that experience. So for our next section, we're going to talk about leveraging your skill set to get a job that you love. That was actually one of the things when Jose emailed me, was like, you work at Conde, and just can you talk about like, how you incorporate your love of fashion and design and blah, blah, blah into what you also do. Because I was like, I'm sure in school, you learned about the importance of interior design, principles, applications, all the rules of it. And I'm sure, as a lot of interior design principles are just design principles in general. And I'm sure along the way you picked up different interests or skill sets that you've come to love, like photography, graphic design, illustration, film, makeup, fashion. And I'm sure you're wondering like, okay, what does that have to do with anything? But don't keep them to yourself. Make sure and leverage that, because they can serve you professionally. You can use those to mold and shape your career. As you see, this is the resume that I submitted for the job I have now. And I included that I love graphic design, fashion and beauty, and I love film and television. And right now, because I made that known, I'm working on a beauty project with a really big skincare company, because I made that known that that was something that I was interested in, that it's a passion of mine, and that it's just part of who I am. So don't be afraid to include on your resume, put it on your website, and make it known about yourself, because more and more companies are moving away from just doing one type of design or one type of even, how they apply their design skills. And so they're looking for employees who are dynamic, who are looking to take their skill set and apply that, and just bring a fresh perspective and point of view into projects. So if you have a project, like I mentioned before, where you're really into film and you're working with this major film company to bring this design to life, then they're going to tap you in, because they know that's something that you love. And that also helps you be a dynamic employee, because you have all these different, yes, you have the talent and the skills, but you also have these interests and these passions, these skill sets that are outside the realm of interior design that lend themselves to interior design to create even better projects. And so the more varied your skill sets and interests are, the better you set yourself up for a more compelling career as you move forward. And the best part about this is that it's things you already love. I love fashion and beauty and fashion magazines and style in general. So I didn't have to do anything extra. I just made it known, and here it is. So now I'm doing it because I just made it work for me. And our last section we're going to talk about are tips to succeed in the workplace. Now, I tried to find some that weren't as cliche, because I feel work hard, blah, blah, blah. Those are kind of, par for the course. But I wanted to try to think of some that were some that I had to learn the hard way, or that people told me that I saw how great of an impact it had on me. So one of the biggest things, and I'm breaking this down into tips as an intern and tips as an actual employee. If you go in acting like an intern and you're waiting for someone to tell you what to do, and you're just only being an assistant, basically, you're going to stay an intern and you're going to leave an intern. One of the reasons why I was hired on in my first job after getting that internship is because I went in saying, I want this job. I want this job. I want to be a designer here, nowhere else right now. And so I would go in, I would bring forth ideas to projects. I would put together presentations and pitch them to my project manager, my directors, and they loved the initiative. And we even got to use some of those in actual projects being built today. So just don't diminish your talent and your skills as a designer because you're just an intern. Because if you see yourself as just an intern, you're going to stay in that position. So like I mentioned, be proactive, show the team that you're an invaluable part of the team. Again, the reason why I was hired on is because I made myself invaluable. I brought forth skill sets and, was able to apply myself in ways that others may not have thought to, or just didn't, cross their mind. And so because of that, they hired me on the minute I graduated, because I didn't ask, I didn't wait for people to give me things to do. I took on responsibilities of a junior designer because I wanted this, to know that I was actually part of the team. And also too, make sure to come to project meeting with your own ideas. Don't just kind of show up and sit in the background. Maybe for the first week or so, just kind of get a feel of the place. But once you kind of get to know the lay of the land, get out there, make yourself part of this team. If you want to be here long term, make it known you want to be here long term, or they will pass you over for somebody else. And also just that goes along with this is get to really know the people you're working with, know how they operate, know how they work, know different ways they work, and just how to interact with them. Because if you are on their comfort level and they're comfortable working with you and they know exactly how you work because you've made it a thing to be a part of their team, they're going to be way more confident in hiring you on because they see, okay, this is how they're going to be when they're actually a part of the team. They're going to be how they are now. So they're way more confident in hiring you on. So just when you're an intern, just make sure that it's really important to make your mark, know how to be a team player, but also stand out at the same time. So these are some tips that I'm still learning, how to be like a legit employee. Like, of course, you have the normal, like, work hard, come with a good attitude, all that. But I would say one of the biggest things that I am still learning, and I'm like making sure that I strive to make a daily part of my routine, is to please learn how to effectively and properly communicate. On a project, on interior design projects, you're going to be on a team. You're never going to get a solo project unless you get your own firm. And even then, you're going to hire people on. You are going to always be working with other people. So make sure you learn how to communicate when you like something, and more importantly, when you dislike something, whether it's a direction of projects going in, the way a coworker treated you, or sometimes even the way that a boss treated you. You have to make it a priority to learn how to communicate so that you can advocate for yourself in the workplace. So never, ever, ever let an issue fester or build up, because it's never productive for anyone like involved. And also another thing that's really important is to make sure to check your ego at the door. And this is for whether you're entry level or once you become a director. Just come in, everyone is at an equal playing field. We all have great ideas we want to bring to the team. And if you come in with an open mind and fresh ideas and just, kind of dial it back with just your ego for a little bit, you will be sure to have amazing projects and you will have amazing outcomes, and you'll just have an overall better team dynamic, as opposed to if you're just, everyone's talking over each other, not wanting to listen to each other, not wanting to work as a team. And so lastly, just be sure to advocate for yourself in every aspect of the workplace. Be sure to advocate for the kind of projects you want. If you want, I really want to work on that project right there. Let it be known. Tell them you worked on that. If you, make sure that if your employer is treating you, or if your coworkers are treating you in a way you don't want to be treated, make that known. You can do it in a respectful way and you can bring it up. And also just also when you're advocating for the salary that you want too. That's one thing that I'm still, working on, because sometimes, I feel like especially as a woman, you're always told oh, be happy you got the salary, or just all these things like that. But I am making it, a priority to get what I'm worth. So just overall, be sure to advocate for yourself just in every aspect of the job. And then again, like I mentioned before, it is really important to me to have a good work-life balance. I love my job. I love the work that I do, but I also like having a life too. I want to, go out with my friends, not now because of COVID, but before that, I still want to have kind of still my family and just be with my friends and just enjoy life outside of my job. So just make sure that that's the last thing you want to
Hello, Brianna.
Hi.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry, I got cut off.
Yeah, you got lost there for a second. Okay, but we're here.
Okay, great.
Sweet. No, all right. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. I think it's super, super valuable for all the students here. And one of the reasons we reached out to you is I find more and more you graduated as an interior designer and you kind of ended up working as something rather different than that. And I find that a lot of students kind of nearing graduation kind of get overwhelmed with 3-4 years of interior design, and just kind of want to they find through those 3 or 4 years that maybe their passion is something like graphic design or product design. So we have a question that says, if you have any advice for students who are about to graduate that finds themselves overwhelmed with this, and find that graphic design or product design, or even something like set design is kind of their path, but they feel pressured that they're about to graduate with this degree.
Okay, so that's a great question, because that was one thing, like I mentioned before, I started off in a traditional interior design firm. And so, when I left and I made it known where I was going, one of my bosses told to me, come back when you want to do real design. So I completely understand the pressure of like, you went to school for interior design. What I look at it as, I will always be an interior designer. Always. Right. That's like my first love, it's my first passion. Look at it as you're not leaving interior design, you're branching out and you're finding where these passions intersect. I use the skills I learned in interior design in my graphic design skills and in my, branding skills. And I like use those because they work off each other. So right. I feel like if you look at it more that way, where they're complementing each other as opposed to competing against each other, then you'll feel a lot less guilty, less stressed out, because you're like, oh, I want to do this. Because I guarantee you a lot more firms are open to hiring people who have like a diverse, range of skills.
Right. Who are able to do kind of like, multidisciplinary stuff almost.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So, I do have a couple of questions for you, actually. So somebody asks, how do we find internships or jobs in the industry without much experience as students?
So I'm gonna be honest. If you are getting like, an internship as like a sophomore or junior, more often than not, they're gonna be unpaid, and that's okay. Because that way you really are getting experience. If you can afford to get an unpaid internship, then that's probably gonna be your best bet. I would say like senior year and on, they should be paid, because at that point you have the skills for it. Right. But earlier on, when you don't have any experience, what I would do is just make sure that your project, your student work that you do in school is the best it can be. And like even there, start there. If you know you love photography, include some of that into your projects. If you love graphic design, like for me, I would include like graphics in my project. So that way, when you're applying to jobs, you already kind of have it established in your portfolio that like, this is what I do. And if you make sure that your portfolio is like up to par, that you have like amazing, it's like amazingly laid out, and it's just like this really nice cohesive story and experience, then more often than not, you will get at least for the most part, a pretty good internship, like just to start you off with. That way you aren't scrambling senior year or like, after trying to get a job with no experience.
Got it. Okay. We have something else that says, do you think it's better to undertake something like a master's degree right after graduating with a bachelor's, or would you rather get some real world experience first before undertaking something like that?
So I have mixed feelings. I personally feel like for interior design, you don't really need a master's. I've seen people typically, they'll master something else. So like they'll get an undergrad in interior design and then have like specific study in sustainability, like sustainable design, or go into, so like a more specific new, like actual like nuanced sector or specific sector. So I would say for me, it's better to get some real world experience, just because once you get into the world, like I mentioned before, you'll see all the different positions that you didn't really either know existed and think about. That way, if you do go into a master's for like something more specific, you will know, okay, I was out in the design world and I kind of found myself loving project management, or I found myself really loving the construction side of it. So when you're like, you have the interior design under your belt, but then like you also have the principles of working in the field, but then you kind of, you see more on the surface, like what all goes into before you like, just dive into a master's.
Right. So taking that sort of that experience first to inform whether like what exactly you want to do with that master's, right?
Exactly.
Without going into it kind of like blinded, almost.
Exactly. That's what I recommend at least.
Okay. So we have something else that says, since you won the 2018 ASID student portfolio competition, how important is winning something like that in order to open your doors to the professional world?
So it's definitely not necessary, but that's why I always tell people to just like go to these conferences and go to the, like, obviously now because of COVID it's a bit more difficult, but you're still able to kind of like network with people, or like, LinkedIn, that sort of thing. Right. But I would say that it's not important to win those, but I think it's important to go and like make your face known, like make your work known. Exactly, because then a lot of like employees or like employers are at those conferences and they'll see the work that you're doing. So even if you aren't a winner, I knew a lot of people that didn't win that went on to get amazing jobs because they still had the portfolio shown throughout the conference. Or even if you go to these like events and like go to these talks and stuff and you meet with people there, then I feel like it's not as important to like win it, because I mean people that didn't win still went on to get great jobs. But I think the exposure of just being at these conferences and events is amazing.
Okay. And one last thing, for people that look at your website, we see that it's very interactive and beautiful. how do you sort of, with your knowledge from graphic design, kind of like where do you get that inspiration to make something like that? So, and how important you think having, such an imposing website like yours is, for finding prospective jobs and so on.
So I think a website is very important, but just to make it clear, my website is not the end all be all. It is not the right way. It's not, that's just my way. Cause I always tell everyone that, like, my portfolio, like my design can be out there for some people, but for the right people, it's the right job. So I would say, like I mentioned earlier in the presentation, just make sure that it's 100% you. Like if you are a minimalist, and like, I think it can be a beautiful, like minimalism can be a beautiful like design, form of design, go for that. Just make sure that it's 100% authentically you. And then I think that will be, honestly, it doesn't have to be like, like mine where it has all these like movements and interactions and everything. Yeah. I think so long as it's like, people can look at it and get a good feel for who you are as a person, I think that's more valuable than anything.
Anything else?
Just having like that, like, yeah.
Okay. And, what would you suggest, like, for somebody, who's, rather introverted, who doesn't quite like to, show their personal life and show, like selfies of themselves or videos or whatever, on their social media. Because, we just had a presentation, talk about how important it is to build your digital presence, and how important it is also then, apart from just showing your work, to also show you and who you are and what you like to do, because companies like to see that.
Yes.
But, not everybody is, an extrovert, and not everybody likes to show themselves. So what other sort of like alternatives would you say there is for people like that?
Yeah, of course. I would definitely say, because clearly I'm an extrovert, clearly, but I completely understand. I have seen people who are amazing designers, and one thing that I have seen is you can still have a social media presence without showing your face. You can have this like beautiful feed where you look at it and you completely know who that person is and never seen their face. Some people that I follow, I have no clue what they look like. I have no clue, like, if I were to see them on the street, I wouldn't know them, but I know their presence because they made it so clear and just like defined online. So I would say, like, if you know that you really love graphics or you love photography or you love illustrations or whatever, make your digital presence that. Like, find your niche and find what you are good at. If it's interior designs, like if it's like, your interiors, make it that, because you don't have to, like, go out here and constantly like, hi, how are you? Here's a business card, like meeting people, like, make connections, or like, especially now in the digital age, I think honestly it's easier for introverts now because you don't have to go out to like all these events. I mean, I think it's good, but you don't like have to, put yourself out there like as heavily as you used to. You can just like have this really cool presence and be contacted because people just saw your amazing website and your amazing, feed and your social presence, and they just were drawn to it without ever seeing who you were at all.
Right, of course. Okay, all right. And I think we have time for one more question. It says, like, how important do you think it is, in the time that we're in with this COVID situation, to start kind of like formatting your work for rather digital presentations? Because it looks like that's what we're going to be doing from now on.
Yes.
At least, hopefully not for too long, but yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Exactly. Hopefully not too long.
But,
well,
a lot
I feel
of people,
like, keep going, sorry.
I was just going to say, like, a lot of people are more, used to, formatting for print or something like that. And then, kind of getting into this new habit of doing everything for digital.
Yeah, I would say, honestly, even before COVID, you were starting to see a trend of less and less, like, actual physical portfolios, unless like called for that, and more digital. Like, whenever people would come in for an interview, at my former job, people would always just kind of come in to show their screen on, like or show their portfolio on the screen, or bring their laptops in, or like, just have like virtual calls. Like for me, when I first like met with my old company, we had a video call, and this is all before COVID. So I think even before, we were already seeing this push or this like move towards more, exactly, like this shift towards more like digital and like, online interaction, in terms of like when you're like interviewing with people or like showing presentations. So I feel like it's definitely going to have an effect, but I feel like it was already moving that way in the first place. So I think honestly, the biggest thing is that it won't be in person anymore. It'll just be like where you would have come in person and shown your like screen. It'll just be like on Zoom call, and you'll like show your like presentation and you'll show your screen. I think the most important part is just like making sure it still tells a story. Your portfolio tells a story, it has an experience. And I think if you kind of keep those basic principles, like I mentioned, like the same principles will apply no matter what, you know, like mode you're in or like what medium you're in. So if you keep those same basic principles, then I think you will be good. Because I know it's difficult right now. Like, you know, if you don't have a job, I get that it's really hard, you know, and I think, you know, as things are opening up more, it is looking a little bit more hopeful, but I do get it's difficult, you know, it's easier said than done. But thankfully, we're already seeing this shift, so companies are getting pretty good at it.
Exactly. Okay, all right. Well, I think our time is over, but thank you so much for joining us again. Thank you so much for your time. And I think everybody here got some really, really valuable insights from you. So again,
yeah, of course, I'm glad.
Hopefully we can do this again sometime in person, but we're gonna have to keep it like this for now.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Okay, all right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Up next, from Jeffrey Michaels, Proformas, POs, and Invoice. What are and how does it work?
Hi, I'm Marianne, and I'm with the Jeffrey Michaels Showroom. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about the business of interior design, specifically purchase orders, pro forma invoices, and invoices. What are they, and how do they work? I'm going to start off with a purchase order. Purchase order is what you're going to send me when you're ready to place an order. I would prefer it to be in writing. That way we have less margin for error, both on your part and mine, and we have a double way of checking each other. You can send me a simple email. Just make sure it includes all the information that's on this particular document, and we're good to go. And I will, in turn, write something up, send it back to you, and so on and so on. We'll go from there. You can call up, but again, I will write something up, send it to you, and ask you to approve it. Purchase order needs to include where you're shipping it to. In this case, it's shipping to a furniture manufacturer. Give me the full address. Don't tell me, oh, it's shipping to Judith Norman. You know that they're one of their factories in North Carolina. There may be a lot of things in North Carolina. Give me specifically which factory it's shipping to and what exact address it's going to. If you have a purchase order, give that to me. We'll mark it on there. That way it'll make it easier for you to identify which fabrics went on what job. A side mark. A side mark is over here, and that is usually something that appears on the outside of a package. That way, whenever this bolt of fabric arrives at Judith Norman 6L, they know exactly what it's for, and perhaps they can move it to a particular part of the fabric where the number 678 chairs are made. They don't have to break open the package. They know specifically what this bolt of fabric is for. Make sure you also tell me what you want, what the manufacturer is, what the pattern is, what the color is, and how many yards you need. And in this case, you'll see something called CFA. Yes, a CFA is a cutting for approval. It means that you want to see a cutting from the actual bolt of fabric that I am proposing sending once you approve it. So you will know exactly whether this particular dye lot goes with all the other things you've selected for the job. Up here, you'll also see something else that says in stock, COM tag. Ooh, what does that mean? COM tag is something that many furniture manufacturers require. It is something that is attached to the inside of the package. So once a package gets torn open and the outside packaging may be discarded, there's still another way to tell what the bolt of fabric is for. It also gives you the vital information, so it's always wise to get a COM tag before you come over to place an order for fabric with me. A COM/COL stands for customer's own material or customer's own leather, because it's usually leather or fabric that goes on a chair or any furniture. In this case, it tells you the specific address of the factory it's shipping to, what it's going on, and it's your opportunity to give specific directions so that no one assumes what you want done with the fabric. In this case, you'll see it says, do not railroad. Look down here further. They've got a piece of the fabric. Railroad means that you turn the fabric. This says do not railroad. That means you want horizontal stripes on your chairs. If you don't put do not railroad and you don't attach a swatch, no one has any idea about which direction you want those stripes. And somebody in the factory may assume that they like vertical stripes better. It looks better that way. Another reason to attach a actual swatch of fabric is sometimes people in warehouses make mistakes. If the fabric manufacturer was sleeping that day and he grabbed the wrong bolt of fabric and shipped it to Judith Norman 6L, he shipped a green one instead of a blue one. Uh-oh. You don't want to be surprised when your furniture arrives at the customer's doorstep and it's ready to be installed and it's green instead of blue. Not a good thing for you, your customer, or us. However, if you attach a swatch of the fabric on the COM tag, when the furniture manufacturer opens it up and he sees green instead of blue, something's wrong. This does not match. He will call you up and tell you. You in turn call me. We have this bolt of fabric picked up that you were sent, the green one, and we will ship out the correct one. No losses for anybody. If the fabric is cut and put on the chair, then we have problems. We don't want costly problems for you, and nor do we want them for us. So it's a surefire way to guard against unnecessary errors if we can help it. So that's a purchase order. The next thing we're going to talk about is a pro forma invoice. What does that mean? Pro forma means that it must be paid before it ships. Nothing is going to happen until you pay for it. It has all the information that we just talked about, the ship to, the side marks, so on and so on. It has all of that information. This one also says, in stock, please submit payment before shipping. If you will call me up and try to give me an order over the phone, I will take it, but I will in turn write up a pro forma invoice and email it to you. If you check it over, please check it over, because if you send me back a check with nothing written and no instructions, I will assume that it is all correct as written, and I will ship the fabric as I have written it. Again, it's one more opportunity to check against mistakes. It has all of that information, but it also specifically says make check payable to JAB, and in this case, mail your payment to Jeffrey Michaels. That is a pro forma invoice. Pro forma invoice versus purchase order. You can use a pro forma invoice, sort of could be a quote, sort of the same thing, but they just have different terms. And the final thing we're going to talk about is an invoice. An invoice is usually something that is sent for your financial records after an item has shipped. In this case, you'll even see that it has tracking number and even what day it was delivered. Notice that it was shipping not to you, but to somewhere else, a workroom. You may have no idea of what day it shipped and when it was delivered. That information is on the invoice. Usually it will be a zero balance, or it perhaps may be a balance due for freight. This one is a little different. This particular customer has net 30 terms. What does that mean? Net 30 means that this person has filled out a credit application and got approved for net 30 terms. Net 30 means that I will start the order immediately after they give me a purchase order without payment, and we will ship it out without payment, and I will send them an invoice after the fabric has shipped, and they have 30 days from this beautiful day up here, this 10/13, in which to pay me. Very few of our fabric manufacturers do have net 30 terms. There are a few still, but very few do, because so many of them are imports, and it is a costly venture to ship from overseas and not have any, it's a costly venture unless they are sure that you really want the fabric and are paying for it, and not just doing it because somebody made a mistake. So they require payment. You wouldn't have made you have to go through many steps when you've made the payment, you've looked at it, you've approved it, it's so on and so on. That's an invoice. And that's basically the differences between purchase orders, pro formas, and invoices. I hope that helps you. Just remember that we as showrooms are there to help you. If you don't understand terminology that's written, please ask. That's why we're there. We're there to help you because without you, we don't have showrooms aren't necessary. we need you too. So we wish you much success in your education. We hope to see you back as designers. Have a great day.
So that was our morning session. So it's time to have our lunchtime. So the webinar will resume at 1:50. So we hope you guys to come back again to our afternoon session. Thank you for attending us today.
I'm Sue Wadden, the Director of Color Marketing for Sherwin-Williams, and my job is to lead color for our company. Super excited about this product. It's not only our best-in-class product, but it's tied to 200 brand new colors available only in the Emerald Designer Edition. We've got a brand new ultra white base, which allows for the incredible performance with our brightest, cleanest white. So for designers, they'll be astounded by the results. Beautiful surface and finish, great sheens, amazing performance in the right colors, the colors that they're looking for. So once we got research from the field and designers, I looked at the colors that we had in our system, but there were gaps that we really needed to build into this system, and that's what these collections are going to do for us. And then we do the inspiration. So what's going on in color trend forecasting? What are we seeing in architecture and design into the next decade? So we've got warm neutrals, cool neutrals, natural neutrals, chromatics, and blues and greens, which really create a comprehensive program for designers. My favorites are in the blues and greens. There's a color called Succulent that is absolutely beautiful, but I love all of them. It's hard to pick a favorite. Emerald Designer Edition is, simply put, our best-in-class product. I really think that this product and these colors will help designers take their projects to the next level.
Hi, Timothy Moore, President of Indian River State College. Greetings to the American Society of Interior Designers. We're so proud to be a part of this community and part of this culture. We want to make sure that you understand how important our interior design program here is at IRSC. We ensure that 91% of our graduates leave this great college with zero debt. That's a remarkable feature in today's marketplace. Second of all, we're committed to developing the complete individual so they can achieve their God-given abilities in the marketplace. And thirdly, we're going global. We want to make sure that what we do here transmits around the world. Remember, new starts here at Indian River State College. We're proud to be a part of this program. We're proud to have you, and come by anytime. Our door is always open. Indian River State College is here to serve you. Thank you.
Welcome to our afternoon session. Thank you to our attendees, to our sponsors, and to our next speaker. From Sherwin-Williams, we have Clint Craven.
Hey, Clint, I think you're muted. Just remember to unmute yourself. So we can hear you. There we go.
You know, after so many Zoom meetings, you would think that you wouldn't forget to unmute yourself. But,
you're good. You're good.
So I just want to thank ASID Florida South for allowing me to be here today, to be able to, you know, talk with the students, kind of put a face to a name and let you guys know that I'm a support for you guys in school and out of school as well for anything relating to paint. And just taking the opportunity to share with you guys our color mix forecast for 2021. This is something that we do annually each year to, you know, just discuss what, you know, where color is taking us into the future and really show you how you guys as designers are really shaping color trends. So yeah, if we want to go ahead and get started, I'll start the presentation. I'll try to be as quick as possible. I know I don't have too much time, so let's see. Okay. Let's see if I can get it. All right. Can everyone see the presentation?
Yeah, we can see it, Clint.
That's good? Okay.
All right. Yeah, it's good.
Awesome. Put this up here. All right. Perfect. All right, guys. So as we know, the global effects of coronavirus, social unrest, and the political turmoil has really you know, presented a very complex and layered kind of, you know, environment that we're living in. And it's, you know, typically evolving pretty much every day. So as we are starting to work from home, we're really starting to kind of get back to the basis of what's really important to us and how we are going to create spaces that provide us flexibility. You know, our office is in our home now, school's in our home from some of those. So we really just kind of have to take the mindset and really alter our perception of both time and really kind of embrace some of these like precious moments that we have and using this time to spend with our families and really just getting back to our sense of self and really reflecting upon 2020 and then moving into 2021. So we are really going to focus on how important these colors do shape both the space as well as, you know, our kind of mental capacity. And let's see. So next, so here's my information. For those of you who don't know, my name is Clint Craven. I am the designer account executive for Sherwin-Williams in South Florida. Sorry, that's shot too fast. Here's my contact information. So I've really focused on the commercial side, and my counterpart, Glenn Remler, really focuses on more commercial and things like that. So our really theme around Color Mix 2021 is the rhythm of color. So these natural rhythms really guide all that we do, pretty much in our very existing. So our breath and our heartbeats are really these kind of constant reminders of light's pulsing rhythm that moves within and around us. So rhythm is really the secret of how the natural world kind of stays in step, and it provides us a sense of balance that we can apply to our personal sense of nature through how we live, how we design. It can be fast and slow, virtual or physical, as we've learned this year. So this sense of balance is really reflected in our personal sense of how we are living in design. So for Color Mix 2021, we see this rhythm of color really take shape into 40 different trending colors that are presented in 4 different palettes, and brings us this sense of rhythm to life. Our first palette today is Sanctuary. This really shows us the importance of celebrating nature, looking to design principles of biophilic, and bringing this nature in can really show us how, natural, warm, and muted tones really provide this sense of nurturing wellness and calm. We want to really take time to seek out pause and respite. It's this special role our places really have that allow us to slow down and really embrace what's truly important. And then minimalism and Scandinavian design, as we see, really do continue to be a strong influence. This idea of kind of really having a pared down living and really balancing both creative expression and minimalist all together. And then, with this cozy chic kind of idea, we're really combining understated lines with rich textures and warmth into interiors. And then more so than ever, we're really learning that less is more. So this kind of simple palette of warm minimalists, natural materials, and muted hues really do speak volumes to the life that we're living now and we want to live in the future. And here we can see the colors for the color palette. So we're really focusing on building these sustainable sanctuaries that really do breathe life into new spaces and gives us, pretty much waste not, want not. So it's these simple palettes that really do allow us to kind of nurture tomorrow's utopia. These soft, warm, and tactile neutrals really do bring a sense of light and serenity to a space. You can try these relaxed tonal pairings to evoke a real calm piece with the idea of mindful living and cozy styling. And brown is really going to continue to make this resurgence into interiors. We've been seeing this for the past couple of years because it allows us to just bring a little bit more warmth into the space instead of some of these like really cool grays that, we've all seen definitely in the past. Sun-baked clays, so these earthy and pigmented hues will continue to grow in 2021. So we see this color being very versatile for both commercial and residential spaces. And they both complement warm and cool tones and is a real key connection to both nature and craft. And mint green has a kind of a renewed interest as we've seen. So it's going to be more optimistic, very sophisticated. And so this cooling color really does work really well in like a powdery matte finish. And it really, it's a color of nature. So we're incorporating those into the space as well. And we'll go into talk about some different influences within each color palette and some of the, where we got this inspiration from. So I'll just get to the next one actually. So the first one's biophilic design. So as we know, this is the lover of life. So we really want to incorporate things into our spaces that do allow us to bring nature inside by creating these kind of quiet spaces, having natural greenery inside the space. So using plants, using colors of nature, using things such as windows to allow natural light to really, flood the space. And also we're designing with very organic forms and, we're using furniture that really does mimic the textures and shapes that are found in nature. And nestling, so really cultivating spaces and curating time will be critical. So we're really having to shift our mindset from, really feeling stuck to having this unique opportunity to focus on home care and self-care. So we have more time, and, our increased focus on mental well-being is allowing designers to really kind of explore new rituals and really finding ways to make joy inside the space with, simple pleasures and gestures such as, candlelit dinners or a fruit bowl that's sitting on the table. And more minimalism. So the idea of wabi-sabi principles are really going to add this further depth to minimalist style. So during, our periods of kind of confinement, we really want to carve out a dedicated space that allows us to, get back to the roots and be very mindful and create meditation zones or reading nooks that allow us some type of, respite and a place to really escape and focus on this restfulness and well-being. And again, Scandinavian design, so it's real kind of design principles of being very pared down and very sustainable, allows us to, embrace this sanctuary palette with warm neutrals, seamless style, and pretty much creating a clutter-free space is really kind of the key ideas for this color palette. And then encounters. So we're really going to look for different stories or heirlooms that we have from the past to incorporate those moving into the future, into the space, and allow us to kind of get experience from these different materials. So these earthy tones of greens really remind us that beauty has humble beginnings. And then looking for ancient wisdom to kind of show virtual cues from the past, including kind of the simple splendor of the craft. And it really allows us to speak to the present and moves us into the future. And the idea of adaptive reuse. So when you're thinking of a kind of a sustainable degree, you're just using things that have already been created and finding new ways to change them and, basically creating a very sustainable way of expressing style. So you can see the colors here. So some of the key colors, camel, so this golden harvest color really does offer a warmer update on beige. So we'll see lots of natural materials kind of evolving from this global influence. So anything from flooring, textiles, really do give you that balance of both cool and some bronze tones. Deep greens continue to be emerging interiors. So these evergreen colors, muted khakis, again, really making this nod to bringing the outdoors in and giving you this very kind of organic quality to the interior space. And then wild mushrooms. So as we did talk in Sanctuary, this brown is really making a resurgence. So taupe and mushroom hues will emerge. And, it's kind of, again, bringing that warmth into space, allowing it to feel very cozy and just very kind of minimalist. In blue, so as you guys know, our color of the year for 2020 was navel. So we, continue to see this color emerging into trends. We're seeing some different variations of this color. So it's, some situations bringing in almost like black depth to interiors, and we're seeing it in different finishes from high shine lacquers to plush velvet. So it's giving you that kind of refined glamour to the space as well. All right, macro influences. Let's see, so we'll talk about them. So the first one is hyper local. So just really having a cultural self-confidence about, the things that are around you and using products that are locally, kind of localism is growing with this kind of focus on micro communities and economies. And that's going to be very important moving in, as we talk about creating sustainability within design, it's really important to look to the local people who are creating these types of materials and using those materials into the space because it's helping local business, it's helping our local economy, and it's allowing us to incorporate these products and moving design forward. Again, hyperlocal, just really getting to this kind of grassroots will kind of tap into the appeal of ancient crafts and really honor artisan techniques and traditions with the meaningful collaboration of this hands-on workshop. And then warm bohemian. So globalization, urbanization, ruralization, just really how our migratory habits are changing based on lifestyles is definitely a perfect kind of an idea of bohemian design. So it's really for the free-spirited travelers, creatives, much like ourselves, and just really using these ancient cultural elements, indigenous crafts, and organic dyes in different fabrics and materials. Again, pretty much the same thing. And then using natural materials into the space, are really important. It allows us to kind of use these natural materials that may be very muted, very earthy color palettes, just reassures this. And it does provide us a sense of protection, comfort, and safety. Again, using these materials, kind of chalky, velvety, artisanal finishes, purposely leaves the tool traces behind to really show you that someone made these and they weren't just kind of mass produced. And then storytelling. So we are going to embark on kind of the idea of the age-old crafts and really look into some of these artisan skills and how they're going to be reinvented across different design industries. So this really influences shows us that bigger is not always better, and that the new is no more valuable than the old. And then tapestry. So this is where we allow ourselves to have a creative expression by incorporating both personality and authenticity. So we really want to bring back joy in this color palette by bringing in pops of, bold colors and really kind of pushing the limits on what our clients are liking. So using these lavish tones mixed with different layers and textures really show us this story, and it allows us to really be creative with some of our clients, I'll say. And maximalism is really kind of, again, a direct response to minimalism, but it's now having a different approach that's a little bit more modern, curated, and it's meaningful. So there's not just clutter, it's all has kind of a purpose within the space. Again, these jewel tones that we see are really layered upon each other. They really allow us to create a story, and it's, a lot more fun if we're coloring outside the lines and not just in. Using very energetic colors and accents really do, provide motion and strong color direction in the space. So colors like apricot, green, punchy pinks, turquoise, these all kind of give you a sense of intensity and excitement. Darker themes are kind of the central theme around the tapestry. So this is also characterized by contrast. So using these bold colors, jewel tones, do give you that sense of creative expression, and it's very grounding as well. So we really want to experiment with color balance, with different pops of color, with some maybe subdued midtones. So really don't hesitate to juxtapose these as they do create this creative maximalist aesthetic. Yellow is gaining in popularity, but be careful, it does require a lot of thoughtful approach. It can feel very wholesome and nourishing, and it's a great direction for hospitality and public spaces where you want to, just incorporate just a little bit of color into the space to kind of cheer it up. So we'll talk about these macro influences. So the first one, so security. So obviously this year, there's been lots of fear that's been rising globally. And it's driven by, an extreme uncertain. So these rise of depression and anxiety is really at a kind of a critical level. So as a result, these designers are really having to, shift their mindset to really prioritize both physical and emotional safety. So to really kind of cope with this uncertain times in a world that feels out of control, we want to find and create happiness in seemingly insignificant everyday moments. And again, happiness and creative expression are emotions we crave. However, feelings of fear and anxiety are more prevalent than ever. So we're really looking for a change into the future of the idea of new optimists who are really going to seek out joy and positivity through these creative expressions by using color as their tool to express. So we'll see lots of bright and bold colors that really do present a very authentic space. And it's all in hopes that we're, going to be moving through this period of change into a brighter tomorrow. And then we have classic revisited. So the idea of skeuomorph. So in archaeological terms, we refer to this as an inherent aspect of an older object that has survived as an ornament in new versions. So new and unfamiliar innovations will trigger different responses. So there's new technologies out there that allow us to have something that's very familiar, but may appear a little bit differently through decorations. So technology we know is evolving every day. We've definitely been immersed into virtual experiences since COVID. So we're really seeing kind of this idea of a mixed reality really come to the front. So it's going to allow users to really see and hear content in real time and have a very tactile internet that allows you to, have a sense of touch that's transmitted through both time and space. All right, and our next color palette, so this is Continuum. So we're really focusing on smart living. So as we know, technology is being incorporated into the space, so we can control so many things with just a touch. So mid-century modernists are really setting kind of an exhilarating standard with sculptural architecture and bright forward colors. Again, we use so much technology in this space. It allows us to really, kind of blend seamlessly with different colors, such as whites, charcoals, and pops of color into the environment. And again, we're going to explore remote frontiers, bringing fresh sources of inspiration, incorporating inky hues and celestial dark colors. Here we can see the color palette. So again, smart living is the touch of our fingertips and the sound of our voice, but where does it go from here? Using these colors creates a space that allows natural to meet both synthetic. So as we are starting to blend our lives with these digital features, this is going to set the tone for how design is going to move in the future. So these deep blues are very dependable and trustworthy, and they make, so much variety and versatility for interiors, whether it's paint, flooring, or fabrics. They're a great way to use, and you can always never go wrong with deep blues. Industrial grays really allow us to anchor this neutral in a very minimalist style and combining it with urban architecture. So you want to, pairing mixed metals like chrome, brushed steel, gold, or copper gives you this modern metallic collection. And then purple will remain a key element in design in 2021, yet its presence is going to have a more subdued kind of near gray tone of lilac. And then aqua, so which has a very digital quality, aligns with the world and how tech really is becoming more faster and more pervasive than ever. This aqua color really does offer versatility. It looks sporty, trend forward, and it also gives you a fresh look for both interiors and materials. All right, some of the macro influences. So we start to see bioengineering systems result not only from bioplastics, agricultural biotechnology, but also lab-grown colors and never seen more materials. So scientists are really, using certain things and man-making materials. So this is going to kind of pave the way for new and interesting colors that are, more sustainable and less kind of say harmful to maybe produce. So it's really, kind of providing a gateway for connecting this together. All right, so we have C in space. So, we're starting to see space being a very unexplored place. So with this new exploration, we'll start to see new colors and new shapes evolve from this color palette. And then sculptural modernism. So kind of going back to some of the basis that form follows function, kind of the idea of presenting, producing beautiful objects that have a purpose, looking for minimalists to really provide clean lines, architectural elements, and integrating technology into the space. And then an engineered environment. So we're really embracing the practice of imagining a new future to act on the present. So speculative design, which uses imagination and storytelling to build functional scenarios, gives us the idea of what the future might look like. Again, design institutions are experimenting with new methodologies of enabling students to envision and construct more meaningful futures. And then using research and cross-disciplinary collaboration, designers are exploring the properties of materials, pushing the limits of application and forging the ecological industry of tomorrow. And here are all the colors for each color palette that we can see here. So a lot of these, like I said, are very driven by biophilic design and looking to the future and creating new colors. And again, our color of the year for 2021. So we look forward to seeing you guys use this color. And yeah, anytime you do any projects or like that, just let me know and I'll send it over to marketing. So in the chat box, I'm also going to put, for you students out there, I'm going to put a link in here for if you need some updated color tools like Fandex or anything like that. If you can just fill out this form for me as well, that way I can have your information and I can get those color tools out for you as soon as possible. And I'm also, I know my time's running out, so I'm also going to add a second link. So this was, I had to move kind of fast, but next Wednesday, November the 11th, so 11/11, I'm going to do the Color Mix 2021 presentation in full. So that way you can see in a little bit more detail about some of the inspiration and where we got it from, and also see a lot more inspirational galleries that we have of where we pulled this inspiration from to really help anchor this. So, but yeah, I think my time's up. So I appreciate you guys allowing me the opportunity to talk with you today. And I look forward to hearing from you guys soon.
All right, Clint, thank you so much.
Thanks,
yeah, unfortunately we ran out of time, so we don't have a lot of time for Q&As. But yeah, definitely we have those links there, and we really appreciate your presentation today.
Absolutely,
okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care, bye-bye.
Thank you all again to our attendees, our sponsors, and to our next speaker from ArchiDigest Pro, Katie Olson. Jose Peña, student representative of the American Society of Interior Designers. And hello, Katie, how are you? Can you hear me? Hello, Katie. Welcome to our annual Student Career Day.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I got kicked off. I'm back.
Perfect. So I'm going to play a video so our attendees know more about who you are and understand more about your profession. So after the video, please feel free to start your presentation. And if you want to share a screen at any moment, you are going to be able to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much again.
Katie Olson is editor of AD Pro, Architectural Digest's B2B membership for interior designers and other members of the trade. She has an extensive background in editorial and content strategy, including roles as executive editor of Business of Home, as well as Harz Corporation, People Magazine, and Workstyle, an Italian magazine based in Milan. She received her Master's of Science with honors from the Columbia University Graduate School of Journalism and Bachelor of Arts in English from Fordham University. With a presentation about how to pitch an editor from Architectural Digest Pro, please welcome Katie Olson.
Hi, everybody. I can dive right in, right?
Yes, Katie, you can go ahead.
Excellent. Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you. As was said in my introduction, I work at AD Pro. AD Pro is designed for folks like you. It's our B2B subscription service. And what that means is that we provide news, we provide product and market coverage, we have the full access to 100 years of the Architectural Digest archive, and we're also working on some educational resources. So I would encourage you to check it out. I believe we're going to offer a special discounted rate to everybody on this call today. So with that said, and feel free to ask questions as they go along. I know we have some time at the end. We'll dive into them. But, oh yeah, and there it is. The link is in the chat. So I'm going to share my screen now, and we will dive right in. There we go. So this is me when I used to be able to get my hair done, not in COVID times, unfortunately. I would encourage you all to take down my information. You can feel free to reach out to me. My email is here. The Instagram for AD Pro is ArcDigestPro. And then my personal Instagram is there too. And you can feel free to reach out to me at any time. I might not get back to you immediately, but I promise that I do respond. So let's dive right in. So I feel really passionate about this presentation because I think a lot of people don't know how publishing works and how to speak to an editor, how to get in touch. I think it's really important as a designer to have a basic understanding so that when you go out and you have a project that you've done, you're able to kind of know the ground rules for dealing with magazines. So as was mentioned in my bio, I've worked at a number of magazines. Obviously right now I'm at Architectural Digest. Early in my career I was at People magazine. I've worked at newspaper syndicates, worked a little bit in book publishing, but generally my career has been online. So these are tips that you can certainly use to reach out to me and to other editors at my current publication, but they're also tips that have sort of been tried and true for me throughout the years when dealing with, you know, freelance writers who pitch me. These days it's interior designers and architects. PR people consistently pitch me. So these are tips that I, as well as, you know, my fellow editors have worked on and are presenting here. So let's dive right in. Pitch perfect, how to choose the right outlet. So this is incredibly important. So number one, research the site or magazine you're pitching before you pitch. This is, I cannot communicate to you how important this is. I wish I could show you some of the emails that I've received over the years that just are completely irrelevant. But as a designer, you know, for you, it's a little bit more about your design aesthetic. So get an idea of what magazine you'd like to appear in, and then get really honest about it. You know, is your work at that level where you can pitch that magazine and have a shot? We only have a handful of issues every year. You know, it's a little bit less than once a month. So to get into print already is very difficult. But if you do your homework, you will find that it can get a little bit easier. So you want to identify first, you know, look at your style, the style of the project that you're pitching. Where would it fit? You can dive into our archives. As I mentioned, we have 100 years of the magazine on AD Pro, but there's other shelter magazines out there too. So identify your style. You know, you all know the different styles. I don't need to educate you on that, but identify what magazines tend to spotlight which style and see where you're a fit. So doing your homework pays dividends. There's no better way to annoy an editor, sorry, than to send an incomplete or a never-ending email. It's in your best interest to know your potential audience. So this is very true. You know, even if you don't pick up the print magazine, and I would encourage you highly to pick up a print magazine, whether it's ours or, you know, any of the other shelter magazines, get familiar with it so that when you reach out to us, you can understand who to reach out to. So at AD Pro specifically, we produce news, so that's international and national news, feature stories, and trend reports, which are kind of like mini magazines, but they focus on a certain category. We have one coming up next week that's focused on the kitchen. So during any given week, we publish anywhere to 4 to 8 stories a day. So there's a lot going live on the site. I have always really worked in digital for almost my entire career. And so I feel really strongly that that's where the future is. I also feel really strongly that that is a great place for designers who are starting out. It's difficult to get in print just because there's, well, many reasons, but a number one reason, or one of the I would say one of the top 5 reasons is that there's not much real estate there. Whereas online, we are highly selective, but we do have a little bit more real estate. So I would encourage you strongly if you feel, okay, I'm not quite ready for a print feature, even if you feel you are, I would highly encourage you to reach out to the digital versions of your favorite magazines. So you have, we'll do a hypothetical scenario. You have a project. You want to identify where to get it published. So explore the site, figure out where it might fit. Or if it's, if it's in the print magazine, explore the magazine. In our magazine, we generally have 3 major features per issue. So again, it's limited real estate. It's, around 3 dozen per year. But check it out, read it, do your homework. Then you want to identify the editor of the section where your story would fit. So if you're pitching AD Pro, you can find our masthead online. A masthead is basically a page, usually, it comes from print. In print, it's one of the first pages in the magazine, and it explains who edits which section of the magazine. You can also find our masthead online. And then you'll just understand, okay, this editor actually manages this section. I have a news story I want to share with her. Her name is Madeline in our case. She's wonderful. I'm going to reach out to Madeline because I know this is news. Of course, in general, we're very friendly people. And if I receive a pitch from someone that isn't a fit for me, but might be for one of my colleagues, I'm happy to share it with that person. But in order to minimize the amount of time and the amount of effort you have to put in, and also the effort that you're asking of us, and we're we're all dealing with, fewer people on staff and a little bit more pressure than we're used to because of COVID. The easier you can make our lives, the more likely we are to have a relationship with you over time. So yes, we have a type, tips for pitching projects editors will love. So number 1, have a point of view. This is important, especially when you're pitching magazines with a really distinct point of view. And I do believe AD has a distinct point of view, as do our competitors. So everyone loves a good white kitchen, but what is so special about yours? Do you approach color in a different way? Are you using materials that aren't usually incorporated in the kitchen? Sometimes this translates into the wow factor, as in, wow, that wallpaper in that powder room slays. Remember that it's not enough to just present a pretty picture. Every story also has to perform. So think about the impact your project will make. So this is important for us. As editors, we have pressure to see the site perform. It's not that we'll just throw up any story, even if it feels clicky, but we're always looking for a story. We're always looking for a hook. Maybe your hook is the fact that you have a new collection coming out. Maybe you start designing product and you're launching it at High Point Market. So that's fairly newsy. That's your hook. If it's a straight project, like the one that we mentioned here, a white kitchen, what is different about it? Of course, it has to be beautiful, right? That's the bare minimum. We're not even getting into aesthetics here because I'm just assuming that everybody on this call is already at that level where they have a beautiful aesthetic. This is more about what sets you apart from other folks who also have a beautiful aesthetic. What makes it different? Maybe there's a great client story. Maybe there's a material that we had not heard of before, or material that you developed. Maybe there's some kind of family history related to the client. It does us a huge service when you're able to figure out, okay, there's some really interesting angles here that maybe Katie and her team will appreciate. Okay, tell a story. So we know most clients prefer to be anonymous, but there have to be some noteworthy aspects of the process that might be worth coaxing out. Some editors might call this the why do I care bullet, but that seems harsh. Yeah, I do think it's harsh, but it's true. Did you unearth a treasure trove during the demolition of a home, or perhaps you designed one room around the owner's antique toy collection? This is important. This is what I started getting into in the previous slide. Get those details down. Sometimes designers don't think like editors. That's why we do different things, right? You might be focused on aesthetic details, whereas if I were to meet your client, I might hear some little nugget of information like, oh, this was my great-grandmother's house. Wow, that's actually an interesting story for us. We can dive deeper into that. Maybe it's a business story. Maybe you overcame a particular business challenge. At AD Pro, we really focus on small business help. small business education. How do you tackle different problems? At your level, at a student level, maybe it's how do you get your first design job, or how do you launch a digital design service? These are all topics that we focus on. So sometimes what I suggest to designers is, look, maybe eventually you'll get into the magazine. Maybe your work is not at that level yet, but there's always a story around your business. We can always kind of suss something out. What are the challenges that you've overcome? Maybe it's a particular issue that you've heard about in class that you're interested in exploring. You can talk to us about that too. One other really important piece of this is that if you do decide to get a PR person, to hire somebody either monthly or on a retainer basis, or a freelance person, or even if you do it yourself, you want to protect these things. You do not want to share this all over town. If you share your project with me at AD, don't go and share it with somebody else at a different shelter magazine until you've heard definitively, no, we're actually going to pass on this. It can be very difficult for us if people have shared their content with another editor. Another editor outside of our publication. So next one. 3, get it shot. Yes. Photography. I could do an entire presentation just around photography. Any good story needs even better photography, and unfortunately, overly doctored real estate imagery is not what we have in mind. We generally try to shy away from renderings. With COVID, of course, we're making some exceptions these days. Pre-COVID times, I can count on one hand the number of renderings that we used on AD Pro. It's something that you really want to think about. The way I would suggest thinking about this in general, my biggest tip around this is think about it as a story. What are the details you can share? Before you get it shot, think about what you might want it to look like. Also think about where you're pitching it. At a certain level, some people might want to reach out to photographers who have worked with the magazines that they'd like to appear in, because that photographer has a working relationship with the magazine. So it can't hurt, right? So that's exactly what I wrote here. So if you want an easy in, albeit pricey, because they are pricey, hire an editorial photographer who has a relationship with the magazines you want to pitch. So again, that's not a guarantee. It's just, these tips are all about making this transition easier, making this relationship a little bit more smooth. And even if that doesn't work, even if that photographer doesn't have a relationship with us, or even if we don't decide to pursue that particular story, at least you can guarantee the quality, and you know that your images have been produced and photographed in such a way that the quality has been stamped, the approval has been stamped off on by a top magazine. So the other tip here is think like an editor. So we love establishing shots for big interior stories, but we're also always on the hunt for small detail and vignette shots. So for example, a feature in the magazine, you've probably seen it in ours or in one of our fellow shelter magazines. It's a beautiful spread. You get to see the entirety of the house over the course of a couple pages. Those shots are obviously great. It's good to capture those, and I would suggest that you do that on your shoot day. But we also like really small detail shots. So I think designers sometimes forget that there's always content. We're constantly producing content. So this example, how to style a coffee table or 15 ways to decorate with busts. If you have images, say you have an image with a perfectly styled coffee table filled with different, with books and knickknacks, etc. If you have an image of that, that might work for another story. So it might not be the feature that you're looking for, but it does get you into our, it gets you into our little realm. Okay, 4, be easy to work with. Unfortunately, editors exist in a world where taking longer than half a day to respond to an email is just not acceptable. It's really, I wish this weren't true, but it's actually more true. It's truer than ever these days, specifically because of COVID and because a lot of us are dealing with fewer people on staff, the same amount of work that we need to produce, but with fewer people. It seems like fewer hours in the day, on top of the stress of just being a human in this world right now, which is very stressful. So think about this as you reach out to us. We tend to expect people to respond to us very quickly, and we tend to demand other people give us a break when it comes to us responding to them. So don't take it personally. The quicker you can respond to us, we don't want any typos or attachments that didn't come through, etc. But the more responsive you can be, and also the more patient you can be with us, And I recognize that that sounds hypocritical, that we're not able to afford that same patience sometimes on our end, but thinking about the number of stories that I mentioned that we produce every day, 4 to 8 of them every day, we're always on a deadline. So the faster we can get material from you or responses from you or, you know, sign off from your client that it's okay to publish this, the easier our relationship will be working together. And that also means that then when we need help with another story, we'll know, okay, she was really easy to work with. I'm going to go back to her. You know, they were great on this deadline. You know, he really turned this around in half a day. It was really helpful for me. We do remember those things. So next tip, be organized. Yes, this is very tricky. So we get it, everyone is busy, but editors are a unique kind of busy, always on deadline, always needing to juggle a million moving parts, always needing to get back to someone, kind of like an interior designer, except we're answerable to you, our bosses' bosses, and that lady in Iowa who disliked our use of the Oxford comma, which is very true. We get a lot of emails about, and handwritten letters about certain things in the magazine. So when people make our jobs easier, we can sometimes reward them with good coverage. In this case, so these are the tips around organizing for emails. When you're emailing me, you'll have your images properly labeled and available to us. So those are high resolution. You've dropped them onto Dropbox or WeTransfer. You want to make sure that that link is not expired. If you really want to do a great job, try to set the deadline for the expiration as far out into the future as possible. That's always helpful because often, I don't speak for all my fellow editors, but I know for me, I sometimes forget and then I need the images right away and they've already expired. So that's the first thing. High-res images uploaded onto Dropbox or WeTransfer link. You should also be able to tell us whether you own the images. Do you personally own the images? Ideally, that's what we hope you own them because then you can give us the rights to publish them. And you also want to make sure that those links work. It's a very simple thing. It'll drive us nuts if they don't work. Be social. Actually, before we move on to be social, be organized around the email too. I would suggest just for some super actionable tips, you can include maybe 2 or 3 images within the actual email as attachments. Don't just copy and paste the image in, that's really irritating. And then link out and say, look, if these aren't enough, I've included a Dropbox link below if you'd like to check out some more of my work. You also want to probably keep your email to maximum 1 or 2 paragraphs. We don't need to hear everything. We want to understand what's important about this project. Is it beautiful? Is it interesting? Is it compelling? Are there some specific details here that we might be able to use for a story? Or does it deserve its own story? Those are the things that really should appear in that email. If you are being introduced to us by somebody, you can reference, you know, how we originally got in touch. If you all on this call decide to reach out to me, you can mention that this is how we originally got connected, was through this seminar. And yeah, those are some of the tips for email specifically. So 1 to 2 paragraphs explain what's important about the project, include a handful of images and a link out to other images. And then ideally you want to be able to tell me that you own those images. And if you don't own the images, let me know who does and what our permissions are. And the last tip, be social. So this is very true. More and more stretched thin editors are having to rely on images from social media to get stories done in a timely and budget-friendly manner. So this is sort of twofold. It's a good tip, but there's definitely a fine edge here between putting everything online. If you have 100,000 followers and you've uploaded every last photo of the project that you've done and you're trying to sell us on is the wrong term, but you're trying to pitch us, where's the exclusive for us? That word exclusive is really important. And what it means is that you either share that news with us in advance. So for example, if you have a product or licensed product collection coming out, we would want to know about that before you tell anybody else so that we can break that news or consider breaking that news. If it's a straight residential project, it's just a beautiful house that you did, and all those images are already online, it feels less special to us. So it's sort of like a tease. You want to put enough online that we're able to find you, because sometimes that's how I find people, is through their Instagram. But you don't want to go overboard so that, I mean, especially if you have many followers, you don't want to go overboard because we do like to keep something for ourselves. It's a little selfish, but at the same time, that's what makes picking up magazines so exciting. Actually, I can show you later. The new issue just landed, and it's always exciting to see it in print, even though I personally don't work on print. because until that day, those images have not been seen. And that's really what gets people tuning in to our videos, to our other digital content, to our magazine. There's that kind of special angle that you're seeing something here that you wouldn't necessarily have seen anywhere else, even if you've seen a glimpse on social. So, question time. So this is just my contact information. And I would encourage you to take it down, to reach out to me, and I guess we will go to questions. I'm going to stop sharing this now.
All right, sweet, Katie. Well, thank you so much. Let me turn my camera on. There we go. Thank you so much for joining us and for your super valuable tips for everyone on this call. I'm sure it's super helpful for everybody. So we do have a couple questions. I'm just going to go ahead with some of them. Somebody asks, do magazines disclose their branding or preferred styles in writing so we can quickly understand what's a good fit rather than thumb through endless physical pages trying to interpret their preferences?
Yeah, no, I mean, sometimes you get clues from the name, traditional home.
Right.
There's plenty of regional magazines, which I would definitely encourage as a side note to folks who are just starting out to pitch those regional magazines. It's a great way to start getting traction. But you won't necessarily see a Wikipedia entry with us explaining what our style is. It really is about, and also that's something that will get you many points with editors when you're educated on the type of magazine that you're pitching. I think the best way to go through it is to just see what you like and also see what aligns with your style.
Okay. So I know you touched a little bit on this, but somebody wants to ask, what would you say the benefits of being on print are as opposed to just digital? So what would you say kind of like the balance is there?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest benefits of being in print is you're exposed to clients. People love taking like that print copy.
Physical copies, right.
Yeah, it's kind of like your calling card. There's a certain prestige. We've been around for 100 years. Earlier this year, right before COVID, we celebrated our 100-year birthday of the magazine. So there's a certain prestige, I think, of appearing in print. I do think digital is great because it seems to I mean, you can share that link forever, and you can share it with your clients immediately. Whereas with print, it takes a little longer. But people love print. I love print, even though I don't work in it. I do love it very much. I feel like there's a certain cachet around it.
Right. Okay, we have somebody says, what are some of the benefits that designers and students can receive from being a member of Architectural Digest Pro?
Sure. So I would say number one, as a professional, the number one benefit might be the archive. We hired a third-party partner to digitize our entire archive. And some of it is still in process right now. There's certain issues that have been lost to time, certain years or months that were just not published, or we just didn't publish, especially in the early days. So that's a huge benefit. The beauty of that is that you can actually browse the page. It feels like a print magazine in terms of paging through, but you can also read all the text as if it was a news article published this morning. So that's a big one. I'd say for students in particular, and also small business owners, our education section is among our most popular sections. We really pride ourselves on that there's AD Pro wouldn't exist without AD, but there's a certain level of engagement with the trade that we really pride ourselves on that you can see in our Grow Your Business section.
Okay.
Those are two things. I mean, I think what's really exciting during this COVID time is we're doing a lot of events. So Amy, our editor-in-chief, Amy Astley, did a great event with the other international editors of AD, which was open to pro members. We did a panel with Ken Falk about lighting maybe last week or the week before. We have a lot of exclusive events, and then when we get back to in-person, whenever that happens, we'll pick up some in person as well. But right now we're averaging at least one event a month, and they're targeted for the trade. They're around questions that the average person who definitely enjoys AD might not think to ask us because they're so trade specific. So I happen to love those.
Right. Okay. So I guess this answers actually one of these questions here that says, this presentation is aimed at students, but if you do presentations like this for design professionals.
I do. This is actually, this is a snippet of a larger presentation that I do called How to Get Published.
Okay.
I do it occasionally for trade groups. I've done it for a design software group. I've done it for the Black Interior Designers Network. And it goes into a little bit more depth around, it kind of assumes somebody's been working in the field for a number of years and is now doing PR on their own, or now they're doing photography on their own, or kind of navigating that process. So I do that frequently. We will most likely have another, like a full-length version of that in January.
Okay, all right, sweet. Okay, well, I think our time is over, but again, I want to thank you so much for your time and for being with us today. And yeah, everybody, I'm sure got really valuable insight from you. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
All
Take
right.
care, everybody.
Take care, Katie. Bye.
Bye.
Our next presentation from Star Carpet, Design Trends and Color Combinations.
Hey, welcome future designers of Florida. Glad to have you here. I know it's a little difficult these days with the COVID, but we'll get through this. I don't have my mask on because I'm in my office by myself, but that's okay. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you're going to like this presentation. I'm very excited about it. As you can see, we have the map of Florida behind me, big state, right? Should be excited about, you know, venturing out into the world here and becoming part of some design firm or architectural firm. I mean, it's very exciting. A lot of people are moving down here, so there's a lot of opportunity. But my job, I've been tasked with talking or speaking about design trends and color combination. And it's interesting because, you know, color trends usually center around fashion and what is trending. And we get a lot of requests for modern things. We get requests for traditional things. And I'm going to show you, I'm going to share a file with you as we go further along into this presentation about how we work at Stark. So what is trending? Pantone colors this year are very bold. For your home, we feel something softer is more calming. Stark has a great design team, and we are creating our own trends. We do offer regional palettes because each region is different. And the thing about Stark is that we have a lot of showrooms around the country in very different regions. They're in the mountains, they're in the city, they're in the Midwest, they're in the Southwest, they're in, you know, the South, they're in the Northeast. So every region is different, and we have found, at least I have while working at Stark, you'll have clients that might have a home in New York City and they want to have a certain look there, but then they have a home in Florida and they want to have a different look down here. So they'll pick different colors, they'll have different styles, and each year those trends change. And for instance, in Florida, it feels like the beach with cooler, softer colors. Bold, bright, alive colors will work in this market too. Sorry, guys, I kind of sat up here. Mountain regions like warm, earthy colors. Desert, earthy colors. City, they like the grays, taupes, black, and white. What's currently in? Blues are always in. People have been asking for a lot of greens. I haven't seen that around in a while, so they like that. What's trending out? Well, we keep on hearing that the grays have been on the way out, but you know what? People are still coming in and asking for it. And as a salesperson, we see a lot of grays, but we're always like, we want more color. We want more color. You know, we want something exciting. But it really, at the end of the day, it's always about what speaks to your client, regardless of where they live. The rug or the carpet is the foundation for how you will build your room. It can be monochromatic design, which is monochromatic design, which is a flat, has shine or texture. So that's what happens with rugs. People might just want something flat. They might just want it to be like a flat style. They want texture, which would be fluffy or high pile, or they want texture or high and low. Or it can be multi-textured or multi-colored. Our job is to inspire you with Stark carpet product and help you navigate the process with ease. So now I'm going to share a screen of these palettes. And I think like I said, the whole sales team around the country was blown away by this. So I think you're really going to enjoy this. So hold on for a second. Let me get the screen. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Let's go back here. I have to do one thing, which is get rid of that and get rid of this. Let's see, get rid of this. And let's go back here. And let's see if I can pull this up now. There we go. So we are in this one. Air, full of light and space, as light as air. And these are the color palette. These are the palms. They're chosen from our ARS box. And these are, they show like a paint color here, but they're actually the real color of the palms that we would use to incorporate into a rug. And these are the inspirations. So, like I said, our design team pulled those colors from the scheme of pictures. These are kind of like, boards that she put together. Obviously, this is a great looking, room right here. And these were all the different pictures of fashion that inspired her with this picture for this room. Again, same thing. Here's another room, beautiful color palette. These are the palettes, the colors that were used for air. Another room, beautiful room. Gives you some real good inspiration with air. Here, there's your beachy look right here. And that is our air. This one is called Aqua Gray, soft romantic palette with whispers of aqua and soft billowing wisp of gray. And this is our palette here. You can see little gray taupey, colors. Some of the taupes over here, there's a little bit of green in there. It's kind of nice. And now you can see it once you see the palette and you see these pictures, you see where she pulled those colors from. Samantha did, she's the head of our design team. She did a great job. Again, look at this, how beautiful all that is over there. It's really, really pretty on the right-hand side over here. That's a nice style room. Gives you, and I love the architecture. See the ceiling, the tray ceiling up there, it's beautiful. Now this is beach. Beach, capture the spirit of summer with a restful waved inspired palette. There we got a little bit more pop of color. This is looking like the beach. I love the tiles here. Look at that. Look at how she found those colors there and the suitcases and everything. It's real cool. Love this over here too. There are more beachy colors, more beachy feel. Just really nice. This is great too, that great feeling. This is your flat rugs right here, these nice flat rugs. This is more of it, this has a texture feeling over here, but again, the palette is nice, how they pulled it all together. This rug looks like it has a little bit of shine. Denim. Let's see what happened here. Let's go back here. Denim terracotta, faded blue jeans, warm terracotta clay, and a hint of sage bringing subtle lived-in color. So, I think this could be the desert, or a little bit of mountain stuff. And these are this is the palette right here, a little bit bolder, nice colors. There you go. This is in the city in Denver or Aspen or something like that. This is great looking. Brick wall is always great. Probably in a nice, building in the city. Great feel to it. I've always liked when they mix all these patterns. I think it looks great. It's really interesting. And this represents the denim and terracotta really well. And especially the tiles. That's stuff you see out all in the Southwest. It's a real great feeling. Look at that, isn't that great? Look what they did with the ceiling over there. Look at all the texture there and all these colors. Now we got Indigo Dreams. Wash, denim, shibori, natural indigo, undyed naturals, matte, chalky blues. Oh, that's a nice piece of artwork. Look at that. I think on this one, they had trouble pulling up the ARS palms. I think I'm spinning here, guys. It's my computer, so you're going to have to give me a second. Something's happening. Something's happening. What's happening? I don't know. It kind of paused there, so I apologize. Let me stop this share for a second, and then let me do it again. All right, let's go over here. There we go. Sorry, it got caught up. These computer systems. All right, matte chalky blues. There we go. There you go. Look at all these blues. That's nice. See? It's great looking colors. Look at that little birdie. He's cute. I always love these little eggs here, but the blues are great, aren't they? Tie-dyed looking stuff. That's great looking. And look how it looks in a room. That's what we're talking about. More rooms that look like this. This is powerful, very powerful. What do we got next? We got new blush. New blush, soft apricot blush, plaster pink, soft putty neutrals, marigold and coral, pops, chalk and plaster finishes, dry, arid color worn by the sun and blasted by the sand. Wow, what a way to describe that. Look at that, aren't those great colors? So that could be also up in the mountains or desert. You know, you can go, that could go either way. It could also be out in the Midwest or even in the city. You know, I've seen these colors in the cities. There we go. Nice colors. Look at that. Isn't that ceiling? That's great. That's a nice feel. Very nice feel. This is the kind of stuff that, you know, when you do the boards like this inspires. That's what she, like I said, she put these boards together, and then we put together rugs using these pallets. Design rugs around the pallets. That's a great looking rug. Has a lot of movement, picks up the artwork right there. These design elements like that, just has that great movement. What a great job. This is beautiful. I love that, how they did that. And the rug is just very flat, you know, it looks like, I don't know if that's tile or if I can't tell. It looks like it might be the way they did the tile there. Love this. We were all oohing and ahhing when we were watching this. We got so excited. Let's see what we got next. New monochromatic. Old master monochromatic, rich layered oil paints exuding warmth and patiness. Matte chalky neutrals contrasting with warm, rich mahogany darks and accents of warmth and chestnut and a hint of navy. Ooh, I'm excited about this. I haven't seen this one in a while. Oh, that's pretty, huh? I think that describes that really well. Look at that. Yep, has all those colors there. And this is all stuff that's trending because this was current stuff that was in the magazines. Mood board, nice mood board, right? Beautiful. Beautiful. This is all the colors that'll be. We're going to see some designs shortly. There you go. How she incorporated. This is what's trending right now. Look at that. Isn't that fun? Really fun. Beautiful. Love this artwork too, how that did that. It's so pretty to me. let's see what we got next. We have summer neutrals, warm earthy neutrals infusing organic shades of warmth, balancing against a chalky canvas. There we go. Those are nice colors too. I'm excited to see what happens here. Well, there you go. Look at how nice that is. Yep, I can see that. Very pretty. Look out in the forest here a bit over here. That's pretty. Look at the wood grain. That's so pretty. A little bit of texture here. Yep. And there, let's see, do we have any more? I think that was it. Design, was the last one? I think the summer one was the last one. But then again, we're in Florida. It's always summer, right? Except for when the winter comes, when you all are wearing your puffer jackets. Anyway, thank you so much for coming and viewing this with us. It is such a pleasure to help to inspire the next generation of designers. And we feel so grateful to have you come, you know, your class come here. We got so excited from each and every showroom, and we wish just the best for you, okay? Any questions, you can always contact me. My name is Priscilla Cronin. I'm the manager of Star Carpet here in Hollywood, Florida. And just reach out to me. Give us a call. Any questions, we'll be willing to help you. Good day. God bless you all, and have a great day.
Thank you again to all our attendees, our speakers, and to our following speakers. Mona Nam, ASID National Portfolio Winner. I am Jose Peña, again, 2019-2020 student representative of the American Society of Interior Designers. Hello, Mona, and welcome to our Student Career Day.
Hi, nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you. We're so glad to have you here today. So I'm going to play a video so people kind of understand who are you and what's your work. And after the video, please feel free to start your presentation. And if you want to share your screen, you're going to be able to do it. So Thank you again, Mona.
Thank you.
Recently completed her MFA from the New York School of Interior Design, she also holds a BFA in film production from Loyola Marymount University and an MFA in screenwriting from UCLA. Prior to attending NYSID, she worked as a production designer for independent films. However, she made the leap to change her career because she wanted to design permanent spaces that could directly impact communities. She is a designer at YA Studio in San Francisco, working on affordable housing projects. It has been a rewarding experience for her because she has had the opportunity to design diverse and inclusive spaces that respond to our current economic and environmental pressures. With a presentation about how to build a winning portfolio, please welcome Mona Nam.
Thank you. I will start my, share my screen then. Hi, everyone. I hope you guys are doing well. My name is Mona, and as I was introduced, I've had quite a different types of career before I came into doing interior design. I worked in film for a long time, and I designed movie sets, and a lot of people really enjoy that, and they always find it exciting and fun. But I got a little tired of traveling. I wanted to actually affect people. Like, I wanted to know who my clients are instead of like knowing which person watched the movie. I wanted to actually have interaction with clients, and also like to contribute back to the direct, having more direct impact and contributing to a lot of people who are in need right now. And so that in that sense, like 3 years ago, I decided to go back to school. It was my second master's degree. And what I learned during being at NYSID, I discovered that my background as a storyteller contributed greatly in how I communicate about space and design in general. And so when you make your portfolio and you are submitting it to a competition, or you are submitting it to a job, or you are sending it out to anyone to review, you want to always remember that it represents you, and it represents you visually, and there is a story in how you present your work. If you're a graphically driven person, your design will be a certain way. If you are a person who enjoys, technical aspects, then your portfolio would show more technical aspects. My portfolio, I really enjoy story. So I wanted to share that my cover of my portfolio, the ASID Student Portfolio Competition comprises of 4 projects, and this is the cover of my project. And in this cover, I wanted to draw the audience into my world. This was actually a college project I did at school, and it is an adaptive reuse, and it is a hotel in Canada, and it was based on mining. And the idea is that in Montreal, the city was built on mining. And as we move up the hotel, you would see like this sense of sustainability and how they've moved forward to a very clean energy city. And so I wanted to tell the story, and the ground level is kind of drawing you into this bar with these tracks that drawing you into a mine and using these motifs. On the left-hand side, you see these kind of images, that graphic images of First Nation people. So there's this whole story to why I chose this. And I thought I wanted to share that because I wanted you to kind of understand that from the very beginning of someone looking at your work, the first thing is not only like how you represent, like, I'm not a photorealist person. I have a graphic quality to what I like to show, but at the same time, what I want to impress the most is that I'm a storyteller, and I use the space to tell a story. So in my first project that I presented, I took that project on the cover that I did in school, and I actually used some of the concepts, and I applied for the NEWH Green Voice competition, and I got lucky to win that. And it is an adaptive reuse, and we had to find a secondary city. Like I had to figure out like how to find a place that would be able to use some of the concepts that I did in school. And so I thought it would minimize some of my work efforts. So anyways, this ended up being my project for a competition I included into my portfolio competition. And this whole project was revolving around clean energy and LEED and sustainability. In my presentation for all 4 projects that I put into my portfolio, I had a different drive for each of them. And this one is represented a certain way because I wanted to show that kind of feeling that this is based on research and sustainability. So as we move forward into the design, one of the big things that was important in this project was that you had to have a connection to, you have to use these shipping containers for hotel rooms. And I wanted to find a building where you would have a shipping container, but it doesn't mean you have to just destroy a warehouse and bring in shipping containers, but rather like how can a shipping container be incorporated into an existing building? And when I found the site, and I just found it through Google Maps, I literally looked at cities that I thought might be interesting, found the site, researched it, and in the back of the site, they have these kind of steel outriggers. And these steel outriggers were once used to probably bring coal into this place because it's an electric producing through, coal. And I retained this outrigger that is on the building and then attached the containers into it. And at the very top area, these are called coal hoppers, where they drop the coal in and it gets transferred and becomes energy and it's sent out. And I retained the coal hoppers in this big section. I wanted to show you later how it's incorporated, but all of these elements made me select the site, and I wanted to be clear as why I thought the site was the best for adaptive reuse. In my second page here, and I'm going to flip through it pretty quickly so we can get to the next project, but the idea is like I still maintain that whole mining idea, and there's this like the ground level, the below the site is actually where they stored water, And I thought it would be great if we created some sort of water element and be able to put the stair, like a mining stair in it. Below here, I retained these columns. These are actually columns that support these systems on the top. Because my project's based on mining, I wanted my reception table to have a carving feel, this idea that I'm always carving into the earth, carving into the stairs. And again, you'll see that throughout all my project, I consistently try to think about how the story of the project will play itself out. Here you can see that the outriggers with the shipping containers going into it a little bit more clear, how it attaches to the building. And because this is part of the competition, I did a little bit more development inside of the containers and did this render. And as you can see, it quite just very graphic-y is kind of how I represent my work. On this level here, this is part of the program. We have a bar, and retaining the idea of the sustainability, using products that are sustainable, trying to make sure that I'm consistently referring to the story that I'm trying to tell. And here you have the coal hopper that I used by, instead of removing it, I cut the section out and created a light well. That was my intention of adaptive reuse. Here you see an awning that is created from the side of the containers. And all of these details that I'm explaining to you is that I'm trying to thread a story. And my story for this project was my love for sustainability. During the time I did this project, I was studying for my lead green associate. And so sustainability was at the forefront of my mind, and using that knowledge while it's fresh in your mind is really, really helpful. My second project that I presented is an Alzheimer's therapy center. And why I chose this is that when I did this in school, this project was super hard for me. I had a hard time wrapping my mind around healthcare and how I could make something interesting and unique and still felt true to me. And my grandmother died from Alzheimer's. And so I've always kind of felt connected to like the research and the ideas and what we've been trying to figure out and the devastation of Alzheimer's. And so I decided to make this clinic. I feel like this project was my least developed project, but I included it in my portfolio because I felt like it described who I am and how I think. The partie for it, I used this sense of a slipping circle. And I saw this sculpture, it's a broken circle by Beverly Pepper, and I thought it totally explains to me what Alzheimer's is to me. It's like you can't connect the dots. You can't complete an idea. You can't complete the circle. And as you can see in my floor plan and RCP, there's not many completed circles except for this little centerpiece here, which I call the meditation circle. In the next view, you also see that because it's a healthcare project, there's a lot of focus on materiality and the things that you select and why you select. But although I am showing all of these information in my portfolio, as you can see in my elevation, I'm still showing this sense of like overlapping of design of these panels. And that's the idea where things are slipping. They're not quite meeting. And here again, I'm just trying to reiterate that the concept comes back. The concept comes back. And here you can see that one perfect circle that I had mentioned earlier. To me, the one memory that maybe for me that feels pretty perfect is when I'm sitting out in the sun in a patch of grass. And it's simple, it's attainable, it's available. And I think that for me, it's something to help the elderly connect to something that they find beautiful. So I chose this motif for it. But everything else is not quite a complete circle. There's a little bit of brokenness in the way things are created. And that was actually the second project in my portfolio. My third project here, I did it on, it's a retail design. And one thing to understand about when you build your portfolio is also like recognize the competitions you're entering or the company you're applying to. If you're applying to a company that is doing a lot of residential work, you want to show off your residential design. If you're applying to a company that does a lot of commercial work, you want to show your commercial design. Well, ASID is a very professional organization, and they have they announce their judges every single year. And I looked at the judges and I was like, oh, a lot of the judges worked in the commercial field. So I actually picked projects that I felt would appeal to the people who are going to be reviewing my portfolio. I wanted to pick projects that they would be excited about, hence why I chose retail and commercial work. Here I wanted to show the simplicity of utilizing a few very simple materials and kind of spreading it throughout the project. It's also a little bit of an experiment in branding. A big thing about this project, though, was research of history. I really am fascinated by the Parthenon, and what excites me is the sequence and the idea of the procession and how people come to these places and what they are hoping for. And it's a little obnoxious sometimes when I think about it, but at the same time, I think of retail as something that should be thought about more and thought about deeply. How we spend our money, what we do with the things we buy, what waste do we create when we don't use it and it just goes into landfill. So the idea and the concept for the project is that this is a lot of found objects, and it's being found objects created by artists and such, or local craftsmen, and it's being sold to the public. So there is this whole story to this idea. And again, I am bringing out this idea of like connecting nature to the space and using these ideas of materiality, where there is a graphic wall of art. And, you know, you'll see in the next render, this one represents a lot like the entry to the Parthenon, where you have this type of column system. And I wanted to show something that was more modern and interesting. And I created all the light fixtures to kind of, I took inspiration from other light fixtures to get research and design some more. So here I wanted to show you a little bit of the details that I worked on. And here you can see that the history is coming back again. There's the Athena statue, and here you have the Japanese maple tree that's kind of like the heart of the space, and it draws people in. And on these type of like ramps that's replicating on the left-hand side is where you kind of see the objects that are being sold. You know, I'm in my head, you would have an iPad and order things as they come up, you know. So that was that project. So here is my last project. And just to give you an idea of branding, I did this on a nonprofit organization, the International Rescue Committee, which I am really fond of. And here I wanted to kind of, this is their image, this is their mission. It's we respond, we serve, we work, we resettle, and their International Rescue Committee. I have a lot would be hard to say. I have experienced some tragedies in my life where I got to be able to contribute and help people back. And so one of the things that I care about is disasters and how people recover. So on this project, I wanted to highlight branding and this attention to how recovery is handled. In my drawings here, I use the arrow from the logo to kind of drive the design of the circulation. And here is the reception. This project was also a study of how do you do lighting design? How do you show presentations that are, you know, accenting where the lights are going to come from? These are all part of this project. Even the reception table and these cinder blocks, it's thinking about how we can recycle products or items that are salvaged from certain disaster areas while, you know, infusing it with new technology and new material, because that's how we rebuild cities. It's new and old. So I'm trying to bring a balance to that. Here, there's a wall covering from innovation called Yesterday's News. And this is an idea of recycled newspaper you turn into wall covering. And I really like that because disasters make the news. Here is the lobby area where I wanted to feel like home the most. So I used acoustic baffles on the top, and it crosses from the kitchen area. Here I had a key map that shows where I'm looking at, so my audience has a good reference. Here's my lighting study, which was very important to this project, and here are some materials that I was highlighting. here is an open office area where I am again trying to show how the elements that I've used, using plywood on the wall, branding, figuring out the levels. This is almost feels like a street or a runway, and basically there is that sense of rhythm and urgency to what they are trying to pursue. And this is my last slide of my presentation for my portfolio. And this is the room for the event space. And again, I wanted a very flexible space. And I showed kind of like more graphic presentation of things that this room can be used for. But every single project, I wanted to have its own identity. Meanwhile, I really wanted it to tell a story, that each of the project represented me in a whole. And I think that to produce a good project, you want to be able to share a part of you. You want the project to end, you want to present your portfolio and people to go, you know what, I got to know her a little. I got to know her aesthetics. I got to kind of feel connected, to the person who is presenting their work. And as you guys are going through school and, getting started in life and work and stuff like that, always remember that your identity is what makes you the most unique, what actually makes you different and makes you special. So try really hard in your mind to kind of like figure out who you are, how you want to present yourself, and how you want to be perceived, and what is it that you're trying to do. Be committed to your goals. And I think there is always a place for you. It's a really big industry, and they're just finding where you belong and what you feel the best about and where you contribute is a great way of entering a career in this design field. Thank you.
All right, Mona, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, all right, sweet. All right, well, thank you so much for your presentation. Super valuable insights for everybody here. So we do have a couple questions, so let's just jump into that. We have somebody that says, do you remember any specific remarks from the judges when you were presenting your portfolio? And if there's any specific project or element that stood out in their mind?
I do definitely remember, it's funny, one judge saw my healthcare project and said, I wanted to know what you were thinking when you included this project because it feels less complete than the others. Oh. And I explained it to them that why I included it was not to literally show my exceptional skills in every aspect, but more about what mattered to me and how design is conveyed. Not every project ever gets completed perfectly, but every project has a different history and a different meaning. Meanwhile, another judge loved that project more than anything because her parents had Alzheimer's, right, or her grandparent, I believe,
so
had
Alzheimer's. To them in that way.
Yeah, so people connect differently. And, if you're sitting there trying to like make everything perfect, it's just going to get really hard. And, I think one of the biggest comments that I got over and over was that I was so sure about what I did and why I did what I did. Whether it was right or wrong, it doesn't really matter, because like, when you go into a firm and you start working for people, you don't get to be 100% you. You will ever be 100% you again, unless you're always working by yourself. So out of school, you're going to start developing your boss's design. You're going to be expanding on ideas that they give you, little napkin sketches, and you're going to be like, okay, where can I take this? So while you're in school, it's one place where you can really give it 1,000% and try to be your own voice and be your own person. And I think that one of the greatest comments that I received during the competition was just, I think I'm very confident that I have something to say, and I'm going to say it.
Okay, so touching on that a little bit, somebody says that some of your projects have a lot of sentimental value to them. Do you think it's easier to sort of work better on a project when you have this type of emotional attachment to it?
Yeah, so it's funny. I think I did like maybe 12 or 13 projects while I was in school, aside from like any other competitions. I picked people I knew in every single project. One thing I can say is when I did my master's in screenwriting, we write a lot of scripts, and we were writing scripts for TV, for pilots, for television, for film. And I wanted to expand on my understanding of how art and story can find a balance, because I love reading and writing. So one thing I thought was interesting is that uh, the idea when you write something, if you only write about what you know, you run out of things to write about. You know, you can only write about so many people you know. You can only write about your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister 1,000 times.
Yeah.
But if you write about a feeling that you understand, that's why love, sorrow, loss, all those feelings are what conveys across all culture and all languages, is how we feel. And if you're designing a space and you have no reference of how to feel in it, and who is feeling these things when they're in the space, then it's hard to thread a great story.
Right.
That's my perspective. I am someone who comes from an idea where I love stories. You know, for someone else, it might be all about color. You know, this is about excitement and using color to excite them, or using graphics. You know, I think that you have to find what excites you. I'm just one example, but I think more than anything is that if you put a real person in your project as a client in your head, whether you tell your classmates or your teachers or not, you will always have ammunition to go back to that person and get inspiration. Get you know, find that thing that, you know, when I designed, I thought about my mom a lot. I would think about what my mom would do in the space. How would my mom feel when my mom entered the space, you know? So it's helpful.
Right. So kind of building a sort of like a character to kind of take away from that.
Yeah.
Nice. We have something that says, if you could give some tips on where to look for inspiration, kind of like in the early stages of a project. So somebody who doesn't quite know exactly, you know, where to go. So they have a project in mind aesthetically, but, you know, maybe they're lacking what you just said, you know, kind of like the feel inside of that place.
So I think like I designed a kitchen and bath class. I had to do like a commercial kitchen for a chef. And my sister loves to cook, and she was a chef once a long time ago. She's not a famous chef, she's nothing, but she knows that world really well. And so I called her up and I said, can I make the kitchen yours? Most of my classmates picked like really famous chefs around the country and researched those chefs and used those chefs' aesthetics to design. What I did was I picked my sister and I called her and I said, who's your favorite chefs? Who's the people you love? What is it that you love? And I just kept trying to draw out of her the things that made her who she is. And she is such a great resource because she's a real person. And every time I got stuck, you know, like I was designing some water filtration system. And I called her and I was like, so, you know, like, what type of water is important to you? Like, you know, like, do you, you know, like, I don't even know what to ask because I didn't understand it very well, right? And she goes, reverse osmosis. It's the only way to go, you know? And then and I would ask her, like, you know, so, like, do you like this tile? And I could kind of send her some tiles. She goes, no tiles. I hate grout because grout is so hard to clean and it's hard to maintenance. And for someone like me, I don't have the time for it. You know, I've got a kid, you know. So I think like through talking to my sister, who I had access to, it slowly inspired ideas. So I started looking at large format tiles, you know, that could have like solid surface or things that's easier to maintain. So the design actually came from a person, a real person to me. You know, it wasn't like, and the thing is that because she loved certain, you know, certain chefs, I was able to go to those chefs' website, Twitter, Instagram, and see what excited them when I lost things from my sister. Like my sister would be perfectly happy in a white kitchen with nothing.
Yeah.
You know, and so I still. So like there are elements where yes, you get one thing from one person, but then if you use their excitement for something else, you might get a little bit of something else from there. So that's how I find a lot of my inspiration.
Nice, that's good to know. So we have another question. It says, can you talk more about your transition from being a student at the portfolio competition in February to where you are now? And what opportunities did the portfolio competition provide you, if any?
Sure. So I had never experienced anything like this. I was in a 3-year program, and in the second year I applied to nothing. I didn't even apply to the portfolio competition, which some of my classmates did and got into the finalists. And the year that I did, they were second year students and they were in the same finalist group as me. So even if you're a second year, apply. One of the reasons I'm saying to apply is because you want to put yourself in a mindset of putting your work together. And when you put your work together, you see the body of work you've done, and you see where you are strong, and you see where you can improve, and where you want feedback, and you want to know if it's going to affect or touch other people.
Right.
You know, like, don't be shy because you think that you are not a senior yet. You know, it's a free competition. You're not paying for anything, you know. And if it comes back that you didn't get anywhere, well, next year, you know, your bar is a little higher, you know.
Exactly.
But if you wait till the last year, you've got nowhere to go, you know. And I'm one of those people guilty of it. So in my second year, I thought a lot about, what do I have to lose, you know, if I applied? Like,
Right.
who is going to even
What's
know?
the worst that can happen? Right.
Yeah, what's the worst? Who's going to know, right? I applied to 17 competitions, 17 scholarship things. I won 4, but I lost 13.
I mean, yeah.
You know, it doesn't come easy. You know, it's a numbers game. You're going to do well here and not well there. But in my final year, I was really exhausted because I was developing. At the same time, by the time I was doing my portfolio, I put it together during Christmas break. I had this whole body of work, and I was like, what the hell do I put in it? Because there's so much, and I don't actually know what's great and what's okay. And none of this was even my thesis. You know, my thesis was something I was developing and was not ready to show.
So the work on this portfolio was something that you did before your thesis?
Yes, my thesis is way more intense. The video that I think Jose showed was my thesis. That the view behind him was my thesis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so that was a total different space, you know, but it was like a full building, multiple floors. But then I got to ASID competition, and I got the feedback that you're a quarterfinalist or something. And then I go, oh my God, you know, like, somebody thought I was good enough, and I'm like tearing up, and you know, and then the next thing I know is like, oh, you're a finalist, and I'm like, oh my God, you just go through this idea. Everyone has a, you know, imposter feeling, especially if 1, you're young, 2, you're switching your career, 3, there's so many reasons, you know, why sometimes we just know people who are so talented and we think we're not, you know. There's a lot of self-doubt because so much of it is about us as individuals, right? So so I got in, I went to Seattle, and I didn't know what to expect. I was so nervous. I made business cards, which I didn't even know what to put on it. You know, I just put ASID, IDA. I didn't have anything to offer. But I will say one thing: my resume was probably more advanced than a lot of the other students.
Right.
And I wanted to be clear about this, that I went to school for 3 years. After the first semester of school, I started interning. By the time I graduated, I interned at 5 firms. I think 3 of the firms or 4 of the firms offered for me to stay longer. One I didn't enjoy, so I didn't want to stay. So it was never discussed. But they offered me to stay longer, and they were all reputable and amazing firms. And I said no to all of them. And the reason I said no was not because I didn't love my experience there. It was because I felt like I had so much more to learn. I wanted to try every building type. I wanted to try every firm size. You know, I went from a 200-person firm to a 7-person firm to a 300-person firm to a 40-person firm to a 1,000-person firm. So I went every size. I went every type. I went from, I started at commercial and residential, and then I started with public buildings, then commercial and residential, then I went to hospitality, then I went to healthcare. You know, so I went through a lot of types.
Right.
And I wanted to really learn what I connected to the most. And I felt like at the end of all of it, I still felt like I loved healthcare. And it wasn't because I wanted to make hospitals all day. I cared about the people who were going to use the space. And when this job opportunity came during the pandemic, in California, there's a crisis in housing, as we all know, in many places of the country. But the firm that I work for does mostly affordable housing. And the crisis only got worse because of the pandemic, and they needed more housing. And so a lot of projects were being pushed to go faster because they need to resolve these issues. You know, California has been very progressive in trying to build housing, but everything, it just doesn't happen overnight. Things are going to change in 5 years, you know, and it just takes that much time to design, get funding. You know, public funding is really hard, and we're designing with like minimal money, you know, in different buildings and still trying to retain really good looking designs. I'm working on the interiors of one of the affordable housing, all the public spaces on the ground level. And I wanted to say that it spoke to me. And when the pandemic hit and seeing so many people suffer, you know, I wanted to do something for people who were suffering. Right. You know, I know 2 people who became homeless because of the pandemic, just because they couldn't work, and they lost their livelihood. You know, I know at least 10 people that died. You know, my teacher died. You know, one of our teachers at school died because of COVID very early on. And you know, being in New York, it hit really, really hard. My professor, who was my thesis advisor, got COVID and got super sick. My classmate's grandmother died of COVID. She gave it to them because she got COVID. Oh, wow. So it was very, very personal. And right. When you're close to it, it's hard to imagine why can't people see it, you know, because it hit so fast. New York went crazy. Like overnight, it was like we're on the street and everyone's sick and everything's boarded up, you know, because everyone used the subway. Everyone needed it. No one used cars. I live in Manhattan and no one has cars. So in cities like that, we saw it so quickly that when this job opportunity came, even though I wasn't specialized in it, I wanted to do it.
Right. Just kind of taking ownership of those experiences. All right, Mona. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. Unfortunately, we don't have more time for questions, but people do want to have your contact information. So if you don't mind just typing your email in the chat box, that would be great. So everybody can.
I'll give you my personal email just because I think it is easier to reach me consistently.
All right.
But yeah.
There we go. Okay.
That'll be fine.
All
Good
right.
luck.
Sweet. All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Yep.
Our next presentation from Judith Norman, the importance of creating a bond between designers and showrooms.
Hi students, my name is Michael Fine at Judith Norman, and today I'm going to talk to you about why it is important for the interior designer to create bonds with To The Trade showrooms. As a designer, your most important asset is your time and how you are able to express your talents. When working with a trade showroom, they could do a lot of the busy work to free up your time to express your talents and focus on designing and bringing on more projects. With multi-line showrooms, it allows an interior designer to shop every project with a familiar salesperson and showroom, no matter the style or price point of your job. We understand each interior designer has their own ways of working. To The Trade showrooms will adapt to fit your individualized needs. Just like any team, the more you work together, the team becomes more cohesive and ultimately makes the buying experience more efficient. As designers build relationships with multiple showrooms, the sourcing becomes easier and creates more time for the designer to take on more jobs. To The Trade showrooms provide an infrastructure to the interior designer and their firms. Think of your sales associate like an extension of your team, your design assistant. They'll help with product searches, make sure you give them as much information as possible, whether it be your style, your price points, finishes. The more information you give them, the more relevant information they can give you. With that, they'll also provide lead times any type of information you may need for your presentation, such as spec sheets, dimensions, samples. Showrooms invest in floor space, finish samples, and sales materials so that the designer can see, touch, and feel product from various vendors, almost as if our showroom is an extension of your design studio. This allows designers to make final selections without having physical samples, and when it comes time to the presentation, they can bring their clients to the showroom to be able to experience what the furniture will be like in their home. To-the-trade showrooms have relationships with factories that allows them to accommodate certain situations in very short lead times that they normally would not be able to do. If there was ever a circumstance that would arise, a to-the-trade showroom will always protect the designer from any conflicting situation in regards to their clients. To-the-trade showrooms takes the time to learn about all manufactured products, traveling around the world to make sure we have the most up-to-date information. Some trade shows we go to are in North Carolina, Chicago, Las Vegas, New York, and we even go across the world to Italy to make sure that all new products, the materials that are chosen, are only to the best quality for your jobs and for your clients. Knowing products is exceptionally important because it will let you know how that product will hold up over time in your product. Sometimes clients will fall in love with a fabric, but what they don't realize is depending on the seat, such as a bench seat, over time, that fabric will start to stretch and you'll start to see comfort wrinkles. In some cases, you don't even realize that'll happen, and it is our sales associates to make sure you are aware of all the surprises that may take place in the future after your installation has been completed. No website or catalog will ever be as insightful as a knowledgeable salesperson at a reputable to-the-trade showroom. Because at the end of the day, a website does not have experience. To conclude, when there is a good relationship between a showroom and an interior designer, the showroom becomes an extension of the designer's office, a place to bring your clients to see, feel, and touch product. If you're too busy, we will show your clients what you need them to see. As time passes, the salesperson will start to see the direction of your projects and how you work, and this will allow that salesperson to provide the most meaningful of options. Trade showrooms are better fit to take care of furniture emergencies. Let me give you an example. We had a client that needed a sectional to be made in 4 weeks that typically would take 10 to 12 weeks to manufacture. Because showrooms have relationships with factories that could extend for decades, we have the ability to call the factory's owner and see if we can get it accommodated. 9 times out of 10, they're able to get it done. I wanted to give a big thank you to the ASID for putting together this amazing Digital Student Day, because we know that you, interior design students, are the future. And we want to say thank you for allowing Judith Norman to be a part of this. We hope that everyone is staying safe, and we hope everyone has good health. Until next time.
Thank you again to all our attendees, to all our sponsors, Cravet, Jerry Purr, Jeffrey Michaels, Sherwin Williams, Star Carpet, Judith Norman. Thank you to all the valuable information and the presentation you gave us today. And thank you so much to our closing speaker. Please welcome Raymond Jimenez and Shannon Scott from RS3 Design. Hello, Shannon and Raymond. Welcome to our annual Student Career Day.
Hello. Hi, how are you guys? I don't know if you can see
We're
us.
good, thank you. We're so excited to have you guys here. So I'm going to play a video so people understand more about you and your company and your amazing work. So as soon as the video ends, feel free, to start your presentation. And if you want to share your screen, you're gonna be able to do it.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Based out of Miami, Florida, RS3 Designs is a proudly diverse and multifaceted interior design and architecture studio dedicated to creating modern and contemporary inspired designs. In an ever-evolving, artistically inspired industry, they like to feed off a classic and timeless aesthetic, whilst still observing and recognizing with new up-and-coming trends. Established in 2010, RS3 Designs have been able to specialize in both private residential and commercial design, adjacent to work with domestic and international clientele. With a presentation about design intuition from RS3 Design, please welcome Shannon Scott and Raymond Jimenez.
So a little bit about us. Ray and I, we've been in business for about 10 years now. We went to school for architecture and in interior design. We met at the Miami International University of Art and Design. We are licensed interior designers and architects. We do, like you said before, we do high-end residential, we do commercial work. We've been blessed the last 6 years to really get into that hospitality type of work. We've dealt with a lot of developers. We've done a lot of common spaces, which has been great. Ray, do you have anything?
Yeah, no, to be honest, Shannon and I, a little bit of background about how Shannon and I met back in school. Our junior, almost senior year of college is where we met. And that's where we kind of forged our partnership ever since 10, 11 years ago. We did have some classes together. We did partner up on a few class projects.
Yes.
That was fun. And shortly after we graduated, I got a full-time job. Shannon happened to get an internship where I was working, right? And we were doing good. We were doing good in the firm. It was a small residential company, 7-people team. And thereafter, fast forward a year or a year and a half later, tops, we were running. You know, we formed RS3, which is Raymond, Shannon, and the 3 is the client or the project. So like that, they're always part of our team, essentially.
They always feel like they're part of RS3 Designs, which is really great for the residential and the commercial field. You know, the client is always so important with every single project that we work on. And them feeling like they're part of our team is super important.
Right. And as like Shannon mentioned, the first 3 years were obviously extremely difficult. I mean, here we are 23 years old and we have one project a year, and that's what we're literally living off of, especially in 2010 when the economy wasn't at its greatest point. But we made that one project a year count. Like our heart and soul went into those one projects. And this goes without saying that once you put your heart and soul into any project in life, you're going to get good results.
Yeah.
And whether you learn from it, whether you succeed in it, it's going to be a great accomplishment for sure.
Yes. I know that one project really did open doors for us. It was an international client. We were published in like 15 magazines, which was amazing. As you guys can see, there's like some of our projects that are kind of going behind us on the TVs behind us in our office. But it opened doors for us and allowed us to continue to grow the company to where we are today, 10 years later. And again, being licensed is super important, and obviously just the networking component of interior design is obviously very important to build relationships and find clients in our industry.
Right.
That's kind of where we're at today.
Yeah, sweet. We actually have a few questions just came in. Let me put my camera on so you can see me. Hello. So somebody asked, how did working together and coming up with your style come about? So was it a bigger struggle trying to compromise 2 people, or was it something easier?
So we actually are 2 different types of designers, which actually benefits us for all of our different types of clients. When we first started, I'm definitely a little bit of a more residential designer. I like that personal touch and connection with a client. I like to be more of a transitional type of style, but we've also grown as designers a lot too. Ray and I both have had the privilege of being able to travel a lot and being inspired by architecture all across the world. So I definitely am more of a residential designer. I love to be like hands-on with my clients and, you know, like be more personal touched and see their faces. I think Ray definitely loves that hospitality, commercial developing style, and having kind of more of a free range, which we get with developers.
Right.
So go ahead.
No, I mean, Shannon pretty much nailed it on the head. I think we do complement each other quite nicely to answer one of the questions that just came up. You know, at the beginning of our careers, I was an ultra modernist, sleek lines, very minimalistic. I've throughout the years, personally, I've grown and evolved, and now I've opened up my horizons. Who would have think? I thought that's it. That modern streamline is the look, and that's it.
Right.
There's no veering away from that. Little do I know that the interior design world and architecture is like a universe in its own. Really.
Yeah.
There's so many different directions that you can go. So we started tapping into those different directions here in house, and we're
And we love it. That
super
eclectic.
super inspired by it for sure.
Mhm.
Whether it's residential or commercial, we eat up good design.
Yeah.
Okay. Sweet. Somebody says, okay, actually, a lot of people in this webinar is, you know, essentially from Florida. And so, do you have any tips on how to break into such an oversaturated market, like, you know?
There are a lot of us, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of interior designers, there's a lot of architects here, but the number one thing is networking and the people that you surround yourself with. I mean, in Miami, there are events, well, before COVID happened, but there are events that happens every single day. There's a new building that's being broken, you know, breaking ground. There's openings of new product that's happening. Any type of events that you can go to and don't be shy. Like, that's the one thing. You have to literally go to an event or go to a new product opening and not be shy. Talk to anybody.
Right.
Everybody's willing to talk to anybody. I mean, that's what business development is. And social media, go for it.
So Shannon's on the money. Like, in order if you really want to start your own thing, Shannon couldn't have said it any better. I think one of the best things you can do is network, right? Obviously, we're in a COVID era, unfortunately. So we kind of all have to adapt. However, you just tapped on it, you know.
Yeah. Social media is key.
Social media is beyond, it's your new website. Let's just call it for what it is. It's your new website. So you as young designers, that is really something you should have to hone in on.
Yeah.
Make sure your Pinterest, your Instagram, your Facebook are all on deck, right?
Yep.
In regards to that, Shannon also mentioned a very good point. Don't be timid. Don't be shy.
Yeah.
Like, you have to grow out of that shell. I know I'm speaking for myself.
Yes.
Because of experience. But the first 5-6 years in my career, I was a turtle, right? I was like hiding my shell, and I would let Shannon do all the talking, right? Now I've gained confidence in my work and in the product we put out, which allows me to say, okay, wait a minute, we've done X, Y, and Z. Why shouldn't I be able to talk about X, Y, and Z?
Right.
So, you know, you got to build that over time. And sometimes it comes naturally, or sometimes it takes years, right? So find that for sure.
But keep working on it, for sure.
Yeah.
But like what Ray said, like, everybody, you know, and be natural. So many people trying to do these, like, you know, like videos or, you know, their clips on Instagram, and it's so fake. Like, just be natural, be who you are, because that's really what people want to see.
If you're a goofball, be a goofball.
Yeah, if you like to, you know, jokes or whatever it is, be who you really are, because people really love that. They love your own character.
Right.
And I think actually we just got a question that ties in very well with what you guys just said about, you know, your presence on social media. Is somebody asked what percentage of work would you say comes as a result of publication?
What you put in is what you get out. If you dedicate 40 hours to your social media programming for your business or for your personal growth, that's exactly what you're going to get out. Unfortunately, we are a small team. We've always operated small. It's just kind of how we roll for now, right? So we only put out 10%, 20%, 25% now.
Because you can only wear so many hats.
Yeah, and into social media, and we've done, you know, we're proud to say we've done a pretty good job out of that. And in return, 10, 20, 25% of our business comes from social media. So
Yeah, we actually got a call from a gentleman in New York, and he's like, I've been following you guys for 1.5 years, waiting to buy a condo in Miami just to use you guys. And the fact that this guy has been like, I've watched your videos, I watched how funny you guys are for 1.5 years, like, that's unbelievable to say, you know? So it does work. Social media does
Oh,
work. Instagram does work. Promote yourself, put your product out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I think that answers the questions really well. We have something else that says, how do you step away from imposing your own signature styles and allow the client's wishes to take sort of like the full ownership of that project that you're working on?
So that's also been a challenge. When we first started, you know, you always feel like your design is what it should be. And the reality of it is you're not designing for yourself. You're designing for your client and for their home and for their project. And a lot of people, you kind of forget that.
You misconstrued that.
Yeah, you misconstrued it. And you have to step back and go, I'm designing for this client. And you know what? I need to make them happy. They're the ones that are living in this space. They're the ones that are selling this property.
And at the end of the day, it's their property.
Yeah.
Right.
So sometimes you have to swallow your pride a little bit and you have to say, you know what? I'm going to make this work. I'm going to design for this client. And there's, you know, there's always challenges,
you have to design for them at the end of the day. Now, your job as a designer or architect is to enhance what they want tenfold, right? Like give them something they've never expected. Get that wow factor out of them and out of the project.
But you also learn how to guide your clients very well too. Like there's different ways of saying, like, they'll tell you like, oh, well, I really love this. And you're like, well, I think this is a better option, or this is a different way to go about it. You learn that through the years to kind of like, you know, curve them to making that design decision a little bit easier for them, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sweet. So, I mean, that's as many questions as we have on for right now. I think it was still the few questions that you did ask. I think it was very insightful for our people here. So if you guys have anything else to present, let us know. If not, then that's it for today.
No, I think we're solid. We just want to thank, you know, you guys and the whole ASID team for.
And we actually have, we are growing right now, like right now, actually, we've been blessed with a lot of new projects and we are actually looking to hire somebody. So we are actually in the opportunity, we are being blessed right now to actually being able to hire somebody. So anybody that's watching and you guys I can put our information there. We'd love to see some portfolios.
If you could put your information, kind of like a company email on the chat box, that would be great so people can have access to that.
Okay.
For sure.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. Sweet, guys. Well, thank you so much.
All right, Antonio. Thank you.
Take care, man.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
So thank you again to all our attendees, to our very rock star presenters and speakers, to our sponsors, and we hope to see you next year. Thank you for your support. For any further questions, please send us to the email at the bottom. And thank you guys for joining us today.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. Yes, we hopefully can do this again next year in person. So yeah, we appreciate it. And thank you guys for being here.
Yes, and don't forget to follow us on Instagram at ASID FL South and in our webpage, www.fls.asid.org. Thank you so much.